all. I request everybody to rise for the national anthem. Please keep your mobiles on silent mode and please do not click pictures while the presentation is on. You'll get online streaming to watch later on YouTube, so please avoid it. Namaskar and good afternoon to everybody present here. All the dignitaries, esteemed speakers, all fellow architects and budding architects. I welcome you all on behalf of our very own Dhruba Memorial Forum. A group of strangers with varied backgrounds come together for education, spend 5 or sometimes even more years together, share moments and experiences for a lifetime, and then scatter away in different directions in pursuit of success and fulfilling their dreams. As human progresses in life, they keep coming back to their roots. So here we are, back to our roots, our alma mater. We started 18 years back, and now, with the new normal, we are trying to create something new of purpose and relevance to times now and future, hopefully. एक शेर अर्ज करना चाहूंगी सोचता हूँ दोस्तों पर मुकदमा कर दूं सोचता हूँ दोस्तों पर मुकदमा कर दूं इसी बहाने तारीखों पर मुलाकात तो हो Let's have a video to understand why we are having this forum.
Colombo, this were the images because by the time Bawa shifted his office in his home, which is number two, and there was a 9-inch gap between a wall between his home and our office. It was a very interesting time because a lot of young uh, people were there who now uh, looks after the Jeffrey Bawa Trust was only 35 and rest were all 20 in 20s. So it was a different energy and we were doing projects mainly of refurbishments of Bawas as well as the President House. This was the project we were two of us, Tom Howard, who was from England, and me were involved for his 1960s hotel, where it's a pointer. Okay, I think in the digital it will not see. So this was actually a Sarandik hotel done in 1960s by Baba, where all the sea-facing rooms were already full and they wanted more rooms. So if you see in right side between the sea facing room and the service, there was a courtyard. Next, next, no, back. So this both the roofs of the both the wings were extended and which was converted into jacuzzi room. So this was a courtyard jacuzzi room. So these are the models. And by that time, Baba had, I think, second stroke of paralytic stroke. He lost the speech. And it was his, because by the time he used to come straight to the office, and every day you have to explain what you're doing. And if it is a, so these are the memories. I was there only for 9 months for a short course. And in 2018, I again visited. This was the staff which was working in 2000. It is still, still there. Last one. Yeah. Next. Um, so as Bertrand Russell says, one has to look within oneself. So once after internship, with the break from the SEP to study in Delft, more maturity comes. And I was looking after architecture whom I'm going to intern with. When I was in Delft, there was a discussion that, okay, it's a Western architecture, very nice. We had a Renkulas, Hansberger coming for lecture. But this was not, I was always to have a debate that this is not going to help me when I go back to India. So one of my Dutch friends suggested, please visit Portugal and see Alvaro Sisa's work. Till that time, I never been or never explored Portugal. And during my stay, I made a visit to Portugal, and when I was staying in youth hostel, happened to meet an Italian architect, and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm in here." He said, "This recently, Lourdes has finished museum. Would you like to come?" And I was not aware, so I said, "Let's go." There, first time I experienced with Caesar's this museum, Sir Alves Museum, which was recently finished. The experiential quality and the quality of light and space he had. Working in one of the poorest Western European country, plus dealing with climate, harsh uh, rain, as well as economy and culture. And I think it was fascinating to see his work. So I made a point to visit. And that time, I think that fascination made me ask in his office which kind of software they use. And it was AutoCAD, that's what they said, and we had to be make a very good model. So after finishing architecture, I went back to Portugal. And my research thesis was on Alvaro Siza. That's why I actually studied in University of Porto. So that time I asked Siza a question, do you think one should have a guru in architecture? And his answer was, when you start career to initiate, you need a guru, and as you grow, you can have multiple gurus because the known world is too big to have only one guru. So your belief changes, and as per that, one can work. So this was my actually when I entered, there was a situation that he was not very keen that I should join the office because office was full. And my situation was that after coming from Porto, if I come back, I wouldn't have gone. So first 3 weeks, he gave me task to make a model of one of the royal Havelis in Naples, where the project was not yet awarded to him, and he was checking whether I'm able to help because I went actually without my portfolio, without anything. So he was not a knew what I'm capable, and I was not knowing what I can do. And believe me, I was not knowing AutoCAD. So it was another difficult time because in Jeffrey Bauer's office, we all made hand drawings. So in 3 weeks' time, when I was making this model, in lunchtime, I managed to learn basic AutoCAD. And this was a project which was Contemporary Art Museum, Donar. Yeah. So after 3 weeks, he gave me this two sketches explaining what this project is about. So if you see the central image, which is the first sketch, which shows the uh, a building with courtyard. Uh, Partial courtyard was built uh, in I think first or second world, so you directly work under. So I was barely 23, and I was working on this conservation of model. Afterwards, we worked on the drawings. So these were the schemes worked with him. What should be demolished? So this the left hand drawing is demolished and modification, and right hand things are the what are the activities or the functions to be added. Like the first time that I was going not going to be there for small time, short term. It will be long term. And this project I was heading as a project architect while we have a local office in Naples. These are the schemes how what to be conserved and how. So if you see right hand top corner, which shows the typologies of all the P1 stands for the labels, it's called, and all the labels which are the different kinds of fenestration and how which fenestration will go where. In this other image, second last from the left border, the right border, right corner is of technical column which needs all technical facilities for museums and the details of this sketch format to rework for 2 3 months and again go and parallelly doing the project execution in Naples. Next. The few images I will show for the projects not in detail. There was this one bridge which we were supposed to design for connecting passage from Richard Serra, who is a very known artist, to the cafeteria. Serra works in a Corten iron. He's very known contemporary artist, sculptor who works in Corten iron. Initial idea was to make a bridge connection in food, but Italian government laws did not allow us. So finally, it was decided we will also make a bridge in Corten iron. Next. So it is a this is left hand corner is a structure by Richard Serra. It is a 27-ton solid cube of Corten iron, and the bridge was made with 25 mm thickness plate. So this were worked out with engineer. Next, and this is how it was executed. Next. Other small thing, this museum also had a lot of voids. And because this was another country, we could not use the lights which were already redesigned in Portugal for museum. So this was one of the airco light which was to be fixed for equal. And this is how it was executed at site. These are other artists' work. So in the corner, light is fixed. So there was always an innovation in terms of how lighting, detailing, small things happens. Next. Other projects which I worked was the winery in Burgos. Here was how you take the advantage of temperature, uh, environmental temperature, and store both the barrel basement was on first floor, bottle other basement had a storage of old barrels, and upper level with wine trellis we could have mm, uh, of the for real estate people uh, where if you see that corner, there was a Palladian villa in Vicenza, and he was adding seven houses around it. And I was working on third house, where the idea of showing this model, everything was detailed out on the model. What kind of stone is going to fix, how the railing is going to happen, how if you see here how the HVAC ventilation is going to take care from the steps. Next, and this is the final outcome. So this was, I think, very good tenure of 3.5 years, where the Museum of Naples was getting ready for inauguration. I worked with within other than this project, I quietly worked on a metro. Next. This is very another interesting project where with, that time before because in 2000 and 2004 Euro was Euro Cup World Cup was held in Portugal, and next was going to be Spain. So that time, one of the real estate owner bought whole village near Madrid, called Panticosa, and here he employed or given the whole project to Rafael Moneo to design into luxury village, which had a casino, luxury hotels, and this this specific project was actually originally a regional center spa because the spring hot water spring was next to the site. In 2008, because of economic crisis, it is now called as a contemporary room. This project also had white concrete, exposed concrete, which Caesar was exploring that time. Also, the another technical challenge was here the temperature goes plus 38 degree, and in winter it goes minus 40 degree. So this 45 meter long ribbon window it used to expand around 20 centimeter in one person. But it's one of the very now it is called contemporary ruin. Hopefully, it will finish whenever. Next, this is almost into images. I think around 2008. Next. So here, Caesar was he's one of the very few masters who continued modernism as modernism was established. He used to make very good sketches. The left he made when I asked him for a sign for one of his books. Right hand side, Ganesha was drawn for my wedding card. And the lower sketch when he was explaining me about how architecture and humanity lives with nature. Next. So in 2006, I came back and he gave me for my wedding, he sent me a very beautiful serigraphy writing, Milio Rush Voltage, meaning have a good return. Good return is like in Portuguese, it's like it's real start. So when I came back in Pune being close to my parents' place, I decided by the time I married with a physician who was studying in Pune. Next, I happened to meet next guru where good return started. So when after because I never worked in India, so first when I came back in 2006, I helped few Indian friends to set up their architectural part. And meanwhile, I was looking for a studio. I went to Girish sir, and Girish Joshi very happily gave me his studio, which he had almost 10 years not used. He said, I have to find the correct person. You will be the good candidate. It was a really, really good start for a young architect, I politely asked him, sir, what will be the rent? And he said, first काम तो करो, काम करेगा नहीं करेगा तो निकाल दूंगा. So that was a good start. So first 3 years was a really help, no financial burden, and that's how I started uh, this very intimate space where Prasanna and Girish sir also worked for a few years. So when we started, actually, this is the project we gave a title half built half. We gave, we designed everything. Then for some reason they were cut into half, and they were still half built. So I will show you the first project is in Baroda, which is Manor house for art collector close to Mahi River. So Mahi River is on the left side, and there was a ravine next to that. So the big property of 2 acres, and where the dot is, there was a ravine, and that towards the left it goes to the Mahi River. And we decided to put our uh, building there because it also had a 60-meter tall electric tower. So if you see, there's a bigger model, and next to that circular meditation room, this in the at the time of execution where the red thing is was cut, and there was no reason. He said, "I don't need such a big house." So, okay, fine. Next, so this is the stage. It was left, and we did not continue. This person also got this land because it already had a 60-meter transmission tower, and he was into transmission tower business. So we had all of interesting electrical wastage coming from his factory. It was our first project, so we were very in hot and dry climate, wind catcher, making whole passive cooling with partial basement. Next. So here where he cut, I did not know when he said we are not going to continue certain part. I said then it will be like a cake once or pastry once you cut how it looks. So this was the facade which we worked out that in future if ever this part continues, it will have we will again patch up. But this project stopped here, never continued. I think also it should be now in a very good going state. This is I think almost 12 years back. Next. This was another very interesting project where one of our family was going to give money to one of NGO to start a short stay home for destitute ladies, where they found the NGO found in rural England uh, lady is not producing a male child or not enough dowry, they're thrown out of the home. But this short stay home was initially idea was for uh, all uh, emotionally traumatic ladies will build their own, and this was short stay home for 1 month to 6 months, where a lady can be on her own till either her husband takes back or she can start her own business. When we designed initial lot of ideas. This was one of the pragmatic ideas how it will go. Next, as project and funds came, again this was also cut into half. So we never finished the other L part. This was how we visualized for coming 10 years. Next. This project also, I think, because of funds, I don't have a next photos, but staircase and other things where the social spaces gatherings between uh, people, intimate baitak can happen, which was still not finished. Next, so this was our start. So after this, we had few early build projects. This project is in a town of Sangamner called Janki Sadan, where this whole building next takes it's a very urban context. Has a 100-year-old edifice, which was the front part was added in 1960s. So this was a restoration, refurbishment, repurposing of the project. Where the backside, when we got the project, this was a dilapidated completely. Nobody was staying there for almost 20, more than 18 lakh rupees. Next. So if you see on the uh, plan, you have add a new addition of 1965, then old part in between is old and new. The basement had a granary where this two trapezoidal thing comes. They are the added skylights from our end to take the because the basement was converted into public art place. Next, this gives broadly the idea what is old wing, new annex, and the courtyards. So new annex at the ground levels are the all verandas. Next, uh, second floor has such that people can have any kind of public exhibition, whether it can be a de-addiction workshop to anything. And if you see on the right hand side, this was the old wing that was this as well as on the in the plan that was the addition done for the client from the whatever material we salvaged from the site. Next. So this is the sketches done for whatever material we had for the new addition. And this is how the section works. So if you see the front part, which has restored ground and for actual place and which was in not in dilapidated condition, but reasonably in good condition. Whatever was in bad condition, we again repurposed. Next, skylight or the natural light was taken for the basement, and this is how. And also the if you see the pipe which takes extracts the ventilation because it was a granary, it never had a proper ventilation. So with this light, we made the solar chimney and managed hot air out. Next. These are a few images. The front is very typical semi-urban scenario. The central port. These two slides, which are for children's, one is waterfall and one is slide, are actually the uh, light wells for the basement. Another next. This is the front from cutting from the dust. First floor was had a pivoted windows. Once need to have a connection with the street, they can open. Otherwise, it is closed. The restored part. Next. This was the basement and the staircase for the basement. Next. This was the in between veranda of new wing as well as looking towards old wing. We salvaged the cleared the all old well. This is a very small well built by one person, maybe 3 feet diameter. All the slabs were done from the salvage wood, salvage steel, and it's a studio apartment where client can have sleeping, reading, and the kitchen dining. Next, the lower level. Next. So this sofa turns next, also turn into the bed. Next. Parallelly, we're doing the project called R fully. R in Portuguese means here, fully is a built object and not for specific use. So here, client already had one of the small farmhouse in his the sloping roof on the left side has a old wing which was on the ground, and what was the purpose where the minimum trees were there, we were wanting to have a tree house. And as the discussion happened, the requirement of tree house grew. So it could not be in wood; it has to be in something. So initial idea was literally make a tree house in steel. Next, then other requirement increased. If I'm sleeping upstairs, it will be good if I can have a toilet. So either in and then one idea came, can I sleep under the sky whenever desired? So that's how this project evolved. Next, the working sketches, how we can open, because this is in a rural area, how we can open the roof with manually, mechanically with winch and pulley. Next, this is the site plan, and this from where it is A. And it's a, actually, this doctor allowed everybody for his health conscious. The jogging track is open to anybody who is wanted to come. So idea is not to have, you don't destroy the garden, you enjoy the garden. Left side corner has a caretaker apartment and C is the block which was existing. D is what we added. Next. Plan is very simple. At the ground floor, there are only 12 columns. Upper level is A is a one room with toilet. This is how the sections are. Next. Next. So when roof is closed and this with winch and pulley, you can open the roof. Next. The roof comes out. So here you have a double wall, while inside upper level is open to the sky. From ground, once windows are open, you can also enjoy the sky. Next. There are some window details. Because it's interesting, towards north side, we have some bookshelves and where the shower area is taken from the flowers of the garden. So after working this project, it helped us to calibrate how we are going to go ahead. So we work on the conviction of evolving social patterns and alternating hybrid and culture of the society around. We work on a methodical circumstances of critical regionalist vision that includes climate, topography, light, and local technology. We design with the system solution by merging contingencies of craft and culture. It is sustainable solution is not a style, but sensibility which evokes simple and feasible solution. We challenge the idea of commodification and standardization of building production. We do not follow any specific style or as I belong to Sangamner, which was easy to get the projects than my Pune base. These are the few projects I will start sharing. This was my brother's classmate who did a mechanical engineering, but after by choice he decided to do farming uh, because it was a very big bagat land. And when we went, it's a beautiful green land where this yellow part is the old house, which was made again in 70s with mud and it was getting dilapidated. It was easy to use with the modern. And the front mountain had a, if you see white spot on the mountain, there is a cave of Nimai. So requirement was that building should face to Nimai and because of sugarcane belt, there are a lot of leopards. So should be protected from leopards. And this right hand side was a this tree of word, umber, and people together. So this part is important because this was uh, planted by his grandfather. So this way, and somehow this project also was happening when we had this half-built project. So if somebody used to come in the interns, it was always a fixed program. We had to make a farmer's house, which always looks at north, uh, has this requirements, only one bedroom. Never it took off. So next. So idea started. We made few uh, programs. Next. Next. The initial idea was uh, he should able to park his Bolero. It should have this, that. What will be the material? And initial budget was I think 15 or 20 lakh rupees. Then other models, and this was a final agreement. Right corner was another joke. He always used to say, if in the morning, if I want to take a Nemai's darshan, so there we made a periscope. I said, you can have a periscope, which will also help you whether leopard is also in, not in your courtyard. So that uh, is next. Plan is very simple uh, because it was a 28 acre of land. So it was very specific. Where it was an old house, we were supposed to build on the same footprint of that old house with that big tree on your left hand side. And the old well, which was actually not in use because so much fertilizers were used previously. So we made a rainwater harvesting and all the water were kept in the well. So with the 3 years recharging, now well water is used. Next. So plan is simple. You enter. There's a corridor. Left hand side, he has a very small water port, which is I think B. You come. Right hand side is a living veranda, which has a small powder room. And left hand side is a dining veranda, which C is a big small puja room. Upper level, upper part has a kitchen, which also has a service entry. Then his bedroom. And about toilet, it has a small mezzanine for his son who comes once in a while to stay. Next, it's in a grid. Next, courtyard, the cross section and longitudinal section. Where so when we broke his old house, we salvaged because it was with a mud mortar. We salvaged on left hand side the bricks from his mama's factory. We had a lot of fire bricks from his factory. He was a bhakt of Hanumanji, and one of the local villages were going to do Jeernoddhar of Hanuman temple. So in that time, we could manage in 2 lakh rupees lot of wood as well as the Bangalore tiles, which we planned and reused as the project. Next. What was a phenomenal with this project? There we could find 3 craftsmen, and the name is also great. One was, I think, the center one is Naneshwar Baba. That one is Nivritti Baba, and other is Tukaram Baba. So all these 3 people plus 70 used to come and really used to do the workmanship, which was phenomenal to see. This was also one of the local innovation because how you're going to cure the because it had a unbuttoned soil for 15 feet. The foundation is in concrete and go back. So with the drip irrigation, curing used to happen throughout the day. These are few images of the execution where we could manage to have this long stone because now we lost the wisdom of getting long stone from the quarry by hand. This time, these stones were actually got from the redundant well, which are of not in use. These long stones actually used to come from a local quarry, but now we don't get these long stones. This is how the final house looks from front. Anand was name was given with this thread coming out is a way to ring because again the electricity is a problem. And can you go back? Back. There's other 2 windows which actually when I was at Bauer's office, I always imagine to make these windows, which he did I think in Madurai Club. Then I got this 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet stone. This craftsman said we can't make the hole in between. And the challenge was because they never had a long chisels. So we produced a long chisels and then they could do. The front door also was in discussion with them because how much traditional and how much contemporary look we are going to go. The 300 kilo lintel stone was also taken with their wisdom without crane. So it was a lot of learning for me also, how one does certain things without technology and how people used to do. Next, next. So uh, it's a cow dung floor that whatever courtyards with salvaged fire bricks. The idea was in winter we can have a bonfire and make that space usable. The whatever wood you see is a salvage from that Hanuman temple. Backside main bedroom. They should able to sit doing alti palti. So that was the way it was planned. Next. Next. Kitchen was also kept very simple, service entry, and only wooden flooring was done for a master bedroom where he had his intimate space. So study also goes into the mezzanine. Yeah, in the evening. Suddenly we were doing another project. The client came. They came from a Maratha Sardar background where they used to have a Vadas in their family. And with that, as family grew, they did not have their ancestral Vada. So this was when they came, they said, we want a Vada. And next, our discussion was, are you going to have a contemporary Vada or the old Vada? And they wanted old, and I said, it is not possible in that sense. It's not feasible in present scenario because you will need attached toilet, you will need air conditioning. So they were actually milk barons from so next to that red square, all their milk dairy is there. And his in-laws comes from the south of from near Kolhapur. So he has also had a fascination of Vadas from this side also. So with this trend, next, we went and visited a lot of Vadas. And one very interesting Vada we saw like close to Malegaon, which was ancestral place of Sayajirao Gaikwad. So Vada was designed by British person. So in front it has a very colonial thing, and the inside was a very Maharashtrian one. So that allowed him to that okay, this present time Vadas has to get upgraded. So site is around also 1 acre. Uh, Plus, this is a part of the site where he had his caretaker's requirement on a left-hand corner. And Vastu was very prevailing. He had some Vastu consultant who always used to check our plans and come up with these suggestions. This is the way plans where you enter. And first courtyard is a public courtyard with the public activities around. And the second courtyard is private courtyard with the dining and the living rooms and mother's uh, room in the southwest corner, as well as some mandir and meditation room on this wing. So it really works on a grid. Next, it has almost 1.2 by 1.2 meter in 0.23 centimeter grid, with exterior walls are thick. So from old models, what we have taken as a consideration, thick walls, thick roof, a slab, as well as courtyards. This place also has a issue of again leopards. So exterior openings are kept very minimal so that one cannot enter, or it's not easy to enter for a wild animal models. Here also, if you see the section, one of the challenges actually I'm not having the traditional section of such kind of art, but here if you see all things we wanted, uh, the first lab, no, can you go next? Yeah. So width of the beams kept to the basics so that we can have the same language and how we translate the traditional element in the contemporary time. Next, other than the thick walls on top of the slab, we use the Matka bat concrete where we produce 21,000 earthen plots from the local potters so that we can have a cooler roof, which really worked because the house, I think, is more than 7, 8 years old. We see the luxuriant section. So from port uh, upper section, there you have a first courtyard and second courtyard. Second courtyard scale is different. First courtyard is mainly very formal. Then there's a cross section from meditation room to the staircase to the water tank. Next. So house is called Parashmani, and we had these two Haldar Chokdars from one of the his ancestral house. One enters from the east next, and this is the main entry. Initial idea was I proposed to make it stone, but the economy and feasibility of the time it was not going to be possible. So the front door is what we made in stone bricks from the local people who used to normally make the Vata or Vandas stone. Few artwork was also added because that was also one of the requirement. Like when we make a house, what will be the language? What will be the uh, places where we can look at? Next, a few images of from exterior. Next. The front door was cladded in copper. That time, our calculation with the wooden finish to copper was cheaper. The balcony, which was from private spaces looking into public spaces. This courtyard also has a maze. If you see upper level in the summer, when it becomes leery, courtyard becomes hot, it's cooled down by mist. Traditional Tulsi Vrindavan, all the water is collected in the central courtyard and then channelized to the rainwater harvesting. This photo also explains the low level railing is where one can sit. Upper floor railing is for security as well as there's a baithak. And the top railing is another type of design which doesn't stand out as a revenue. So these are certain sensitivities expenses. The veranda for Baithak. Next. The staircase also, uh, the only requirement with this vastu was it should start in east and finish in east. So it's a dogleg staircase, but goes in uh, three different landings. This is upper level Baithak, where also the joke always is to start, the client is to come up with, I love Navagrahas. And he used to wear all the rings in of grass, and I never understood. And he said, I would like to have Navagrahas. And I said, it's already Surya is already made because you are a uh, की उपासना करता आहे. Then he said, but I still want a graph. So we came up with an installation where they had a fight between Grahas, and then they were discussion with Sun to resolve their matter. Next. This is mother's room with caretakers. So if you see, windows are appropriate as per the direction as well as who is using it. Next. This was the meditation room. This is their Divanik house where they entertain other politicians as well as they have a home theater. So the veranda, the galicha which you see is actually a plan of ground floor and first floor plan of the house. Next. This is court in the first court in the evening. Second court. This was, I think, photo taken in the Diwali time. So when we worked, this was still small and uh, very. So we worked out. We were working out how our contribution is happening to the, which we documented how many craftsmen work, which are the local, because these projects are closely next to in 10 kilometers radius. So we could plan what is happening, which crafts are in the region are struggling, which are thriving, what are the problems, because lime was a very good material which we used to have, but now it's really struggling because we don't find lime in the. With this, we also charted out really how much money from our decision went to the local economy, which went to the local labor, which were the, if you see that left hand side, there we had 72 craftsmen, but only 20 were from local people. But if you see farmers about, its the percentage is almost 75%. Next. So after doing this project, which the issues which concerned us was decline in regional identity of architecture. Architecture in construction is being replaced by the stereotype and fashionable materials. Communication with space, people, and environment eventually has decreased. Economic condition has restructured. This has led to use expensive, inappropriate, and unnecessary materials during the construction. At this, at times, excessive use of resources and energy is detrimental to the environment. Though India has a rich architectural heritage and rich tradition of vernacular architecture, by, by and large, societies fear to have prejudice against using traditional materials and working with local artisans. People have concerns about recycling, readapting, and reusing building materials for their own projects. Approach to change this apprehension is vital to resolve these conflicts and survive for ourselves. Next. So while we were doing this, some rural projects, I happened to have few urban build projects. This is the second inning home in Bombay, in Virar, where the road which connects to Nala Sopara to Virar station, there is this Morachi Wadi, which has a small lake, which is now made into jogging track, and where the building was. So next, so already served, which number three is the working ladies hostel as well as Anath Ashram. The NGO wanted a second home, which was a Vridhashram for people so that the Anath Ashram people can have their grandparents. That was a very noble cause they were thinking. Slight really slopes towards two and number two is and elderly will can happen. And if required, then only they can have go in their room. So ground floor, first floor, the shaded part shows the public spaces. Next, is third floor. So ground floor has a one open hall. Third floor also has a TV room. The rooms are made such that they can be have a different layouts. Next, this also when project was getting it's one of the biggest challenge for us for this project was it had supposed to finish below 1500 rupees per square feet including interior. This was I never worked in Bombay, so there was another challenge. Uh, so all details, everything was kept as bare, simpler, minimal. And when at the culmination of project, it was a centenary year of the style movement. Next, so few colors of the style movement, which was primary colors, were used in the building to highlight. As per the go back, as per the uh, views as well as the sun directions, apertures were as well as dining space for the elderly ground floor. Where the staircase is, they staggered each other so that one can have conversation at upper level, elderly with upper level also. Health, and sometimes they leave directly from here to their future journey. So all the elderly sit and pray for them. So there were a lot of interesting spaces made in the project with the topography of the project. Also, idea was each balcony can have this first floor can have Doshis, can have another Kulkarni or Malpani. Next, other bite hubs at upper level, different levels, which I was telling. The way it is staggered, one can have conversion first floor to second floor. Other bite hubs next. Small, more intimate bite hubs at the landing, at the end of the corridors, where one also can read. So this also layout shows different possibilities of the permutations and combinations of the furniture layout. This is for this project is in Pune with a new semi-urban context. The client was running the school in Aurangabad for last 35 years, and they wanting to have a school. They already purchased land, so land is uh, in a very new area, but without any context. It had a sloping part towards that side, towards the where the lower playground is. So that is where it really drops, and the entry level is there. So that is present road. In future, where the entry is return, the road winding is going to happen so that one can park from outside. They other because they were in 35 years in the ground, what they had very much interest in how children work outside, not inside the building, and how minimum cluttered building it should be, should not be, it should be easy to understand, comprehend for the children. Next, these are basic plans. Well, it's a lot, ground floor has a lot of flexibility, which one can have 4, 8, 2 classroom as per their requirements. And upper levels has a little bigger rooms where uh, children of upper KG and lower KG can study. Next, the section shows how uh, another requirement was how naturally we can take the advantage of light and don't use the light at all during the day daycare as well as the school times. The sketch shows also the internal furniture detailing. Next, this is how the school is. Actually, this idea were entered. You see the hole. At that time, my idea was sun will enter and it can be a tare zameen. But it never. The holes are there. Rains also doesn't come, and the sun also doesn't come from those holes. But this is the entry, lower level where it's open. All the graphics were done by Akash Doshi. Akash, big studied in Srishti. He really worked well with client and came up with a different flexible graphics. Next, uh, hot air goes up. It's not uh, closed, and children can have multi-layer communication from up and down. Next, after working on this all projects, we started getting some interesting suburban rural intelligence, which I call, where client also wanted, though they come from an urban background, but wish to have a background in rural setting. This is a project in Nasik. Next, when I went, it was a lush green site yet to be plotted, and there were each plot was around 16,000 square feet of land. Next, this is what our proposal was. It was a corner plot. So this side is south and this side is west. And we pushed our plot built form towards southwest corner so that we can have maximum planting at north and east towards east so that we can make our context. And it had a contour land. So main entry happens at the lower entrance. For elderly as well as the service entry happens at the upper level. So that one doesn't need to climb steps. Next. Plan is simple. This upper level plan, it's main entry level plan. For the enters, this is also interesting. I don't follow much of Vastu, but client do follow the Vastu and they tell me what Vastu should be. So when I gave the plan was finalized and he said, Malpani, you have made a mistake. I said, what is that? He said, you have given me south facing entry. I said, okay, I will convert it into so that this was the entry, direct entry. So we converted it to the east facing entry. He was happy, I was happy. So we just had to change the plan. Thing is, here, once you enter, after taking the steps, you come into the veranda, upper level veranda. Also, when we talk about ecology, sustainability, this place doesn't have water. If you want to have a swimming pool, you have to get the water from tankers. So we said we will have make a big house, and uh, next to that Zopada there is a house. One can enjoy the house when and is not with uh, filtration tank. Once you use, you flush the water to the garden, or you put into the normal uh, aggregate and a cold tank, and you repurpose it. You enter, this side is a private wing with a bedroom, and this side is a public wing, big road. And also, there was nothing going to be, we were not sure what will come next to us. Next. There's a lower level plan, one center, lower bedroom, as well as the caretaker's apartment. Caretaker gets his courtyard, while we have water tank at this level. Next. So there's a section through that entry. This side, which extend the client, and Prasanna has this tortoise as a element, which always to the client, which is like a tortoise. This skin is a hard skin, which is towards south and west, and inside is a soft skin, right? Which is very plastered, which is not with any cladding. Next, the site model, and this is how axonometry explains very clearly. One only doesn't want a kitchen garden. They also wanted a garden kitchen. So we made this 14 number is also platform where they can cook in the garden. That's how this simple plan is. 19 is where the amphitheater happens next. These are the detail model. Whatever cladding we were going to do, we fixed on the model and we cross checked whether they are how they are working. So actually, this project was also very tight budget, and initially I said client we will put the cheapest cladding material is a corrugated sheet, and we were doing the process not flagsy or not or brick walls. We were going to put the corrugated sheet. One fine day came, sir, but try to understand. It will look like a tapri. I said yes, it will look like a tapri, but it will look high class tapri. Well, I think I tried my best, but he works also he is a nephrologist and he works also in Kopargaon, which is a village, town close to Shirdi. So he had a big manufacturer. He sent me I gave it two samples of the burnt bricks. That's how the project. So burnt bricks actually, because it was always a thought as a cladding. So burnt brick it was cut into three pieces. So and compound wall was into load bearing. Wherever we have a tree respected, we turned around the tree. That also was a difficult to माझी जमीन लोकांना देत आहे. I said, no, no, you are giving your tree to land to the nature, and that's how uh, this was done. Next, this is entering towards the service center. This is the lower parking, and then steps meanders with the existing trees towards the twisted Vastu gate, which is towards east. This is very close to Trambakeshwar. There also we studied how load-bearing brick uh, construction used to happen and how we can take the clues from it. Next. This is an amphitheater with the possibility of Shikoti in the lower bedroom. House doesn't have any cladding. The public area. Next. And again, the rural intelligence. Next. This is a house which we finished, I think, almost 6, 7 months back called Anantaya. This was for a doctor couple who had a twins and a mother. And present house was above his hospital, which was not feasible for him to continue with the growing family. It was a typical plot with backside. If you see, there was a low cost additional housing happened. Only the other house was the, the yeah, that was the house, and which had a very beautiful garden, which we could visually enjoy. This is towards north, the main entry. Next. So plan is very simple. You have a parking. You enter the parking next. Veranda. Next. This is the public zone of our living room. Next. And slowly layering happens. It's the family living. So this all part, like almost 75% of the ground floor is for a family. Next. Then the kitchen and the mother's room. And also has a toilet. Next. So this is a big ground floor. It's very, we have to keep the margin. It's a very tight block. It's 20, 15 meter by 25 meter block. Upper level staircase comes next. There's again a public space, which is a breach which connects front wing to back wing. This is a public space again, which has study of children's, and below the staircase, which takes you at upper level, there's a den of the children. Because children goes to the convent school, they wanted a den. I said, what kind of den? So we managed then invite her. Because I was always, my projects in Sangamne always had a big critics from layman that your projects do not have a facade. You don't give elevation. I said, but there is no place to see the elevation. You are on the face anyway. So there's a backside there are rooms for the children with master bedroom, like upper level toilets. So, sorry, go back. So the third bedroom is a guest bedroom, which can be used, or in the corona time, it was a quarantine room, which doctor being a physician, it worked very well. Next. So upper level has another room uh, because sister comes once in a while, so doctor can shift upper level with his internal staircase. Can you go back? Back. If you see the back. If you see next to the master bedroom, there is a staircase to take internally to go upper level. That small spiral staircase. Yeah. Well, also, if you see in the plan, can you go back again? Sorry, we don't have any walls other than the toilets and the external. All the walls were made into furniture. So because the plot was so tight and the cost of the real estate was so high, we manage wherever we can. Everything partition happens with the furniture. Next. So upper level, it's more. Another reason for this room was Saurabh, I worked completely in ICU. So when in Sunday, when I can't go when patients are serious, I want a room where I feel I'm not in Sangam. So that was a requirement of this floor section. The section is very simple. When in sections two, if you see, you that is the road facing where it has a veranda, lower level and upper level, which has a face to the public. Then upper level is guest room, and in the main section, you see all the public spaces which flow at the front section. This elevation, one can see how it gradually grows towards from north to south. Next, two concrete blocks which was connected with the solid staircase and the bridge. Next. Next. So this is a front elevation which is very light. This front part is not in concrete. The upper slab is in Peshawar uh, tiles. And other idea of how this paving block compound wall came, actually idea was to have very thin leftover RCC rods, but there was no leftover. Contractor was very efficient. Other idea was nobody should able to put their posters on our walls. So this is how the paving block wall was made. Next. This is the east wall, which will have a adjacent house whenever. So it doesn't, though this big opening has a sort of frosted glass, so that light is not cut off, but privacy will be there. Next. Also, mother had a knee problem, so this Tulsi nun also works like a railing for climbing. This handle next man who is welcoming, this is also handle for her to climb. Again, from that rural projects, we continue to use all salvage material. This whatever you see in the main door, wood is salvaged. The railing details are also there from the railing, one of the railings of the old houses. Next, this is how the staircase welcomes you and takes you up. So staircase takes a lot of space at the ground level, but also it's a stage for the children. It is connection for grandmother to children at upper levels. That is the where the skylight is there. That is the children's room. And this steel bridge which connects uh, south block to north block. Again, the salvage railings were used in window, in furniture, and the window which is go back left hand side that is also salvage, but it is fixed. Actually, it is in a furniture. What you don't find once it is open. And when I said it's a quarantine room, it really worked for doctor to talk when he was quarantined, to talk with his children from that room. Next, it's a family better with dining with the kitchen next to it. Next, it's upper level bridge which connects other private bedrooms to the guest room and the study place. Next, it's an north veranda. What you see in the grills are the salvage lures, which were just hanged. So in wind time they move. So every time they have a different permutation combination, and there is no access slab, so water can directly go from here to the lower level. Next, children's room, their den, study rooms. From that staircase you go up. This is the that staircase takes you up. Sorry, go back. Also has an opening from there. Also they can have a discussion with the parents or yell for their parents. Next. This is a master bedroom which has a hidden staircase to take you up. Next. Which comes into this room, which is actually a TV room or a entertainment room where they have a only TV in the house other than the mother's room. Next. From this, you have a terrace. Next. And the sloping roof of the guest room and the study room was converted into the amphitheater, and for which was already existing 1980s building with RCC uh, sloping slab. Next. So plan is simple. It two wings. If you see the section CC, this the existing coming from Hindu mythology. It was very interesting for us how we are going to take the East light. So this is the building. The additional verandas or the balconies were addition from our end to the existing building, and chapel was made on the building. Next. So this actually, because of funds, it was just about to start in prior to Corona, and after the Corona, the funds are not going to come from Vatican for the moment. This was the how we worked out the Baithak. There's one project I will quickly share, which is in the process. This is school for specially able in Sangamner, which we are doing since 2011. Uh, Site is parent plot where they initially used to have a deaf and dumb school with specially able student, and they realized it is not working because especially able people, students, children can speak, but because they are staying with deaf and dumb, they do with talk with the sign languages. So campus needed to be segregated. Next. So in the longer plot, they have given a old abandoned quarry, and this was a master plan there. Uh, this these blocks were the public spaces where it was admin block, academic block. There, uh, this where the dot is there was a physiotherapy block, and the double story block was the counseling room as well as the drawing room. Another part is residential block. See, working with NGO comes with a lot of plus and minuses. When you are working in rural, they hardly have funds. This project started with 400 rupees a square feet with using the stone, whatever stone left was from the quarry, and take advantage of that with the local bricks. First two blocks were made in 400 rupees square feet, but then the person changed. The we say trustees have changed and they have become more aspirational. So you see how every time we do what comes next to us. Next. These are the academic and admin block. This is the identity. So with every time you design with how people are going to execute or what are the economy available at that time, the details modify. So I think first two blocks use the stone, but then stone was finished. Then we had to go back to brick. The original idea when I return in previous, this clients are very have prejudiced when we come a client with urban mentality or the original idea was to make everything in Ramdar, but they said we are not going to get funds for the Earth project. So it was made in brick. As per the funds, we will add the layers. So if you see on the models, there are layers with concrete bands, and if as per the money, they can add the layers and we can get the construction done. So I think in 10 years, we managed to finish 4 or 5 blocks. This is a dormitory block. This was one of the dear block for me because challenge here when we were making 400 rupees square feet, how we are going to resolve the roof. So roof takes a 50 mm truss with 12 mm of scaffolding ply. This is the way truss works. So truss works in a plane with scaffolding ply above. These are GI sheets which are laterally splayed. Next. So this is how, and in between there's a skyline. And always there's like detailing. If you see that part which connects, sorry. This is the connection bridge going from the dormitory to the toilet. They said we can't have anybody for the roofers. So here the roof takes all the Kadapa line. So it was only one my mason has to finish all the job. So funds were for this for two connecting blocks. So the upper level is with Kadapa with half round pipe from the local RCC factory, and this is what you see the connecting passage also. These are the dormitory blocks. Next. And I think I don't have rooms inhabited because photos and children are there not allowed. This is from the courtyard, which is in their both dormitories. With time and this foundation, I was not as blessed as Prasanna and Chris, where Idizoshi designed actually the foundation as well as the design of the water tank is his. Foundation is only 6 inch because it actually sits on the stone quarry. Next. So as I said, the lower level for these two blocks are into stone. And then if you see every layer, they are different. So they are done as per the funds and as per the different masons. Next. I think this is the other admin and academic block. Next. Here, as I said, trustee became more aspirational, and here roof only cost 425 rupees a square. That I think it was a good learning how to get the things done at our end with their understanding and awareness. Next. So here, if you see the only foundation is stone, upper three levels are modified into brick because the next contractor was not ready to do stone getting, and all the stone is actually also from salvage from some of the Vadas, so they're very squarish. And roof is actually Sanjay Patil or Nasik detail, which come from a Nasik contractor. Next. This is my studio, 2018. Since 2018, we are working from here. I shifted because I have a young daughter and we had to be close to home. So I had to leave the research office, which I enjoyed for almost 10 years. And from here, we are working right now. So it's a shop. I never thought I will take a shop. So this is how the front facade is. And when I was designing, very simply गिरिश करके हम पूरी दुनिया के लिए डिजाइन करता है खुद के लिए कुछ कर. So that's how permutation combination. And the last one was दुकान खोलना ही तो पूरा खोल सकते हैं. Next. So it also has a moving uh, D is where I sit, which has a natural light, and all the E are the moving tables. Next. This is how office is. And girl said, Sarah, we would like to take your jury. That's how this done. And when I designed it, I would like to face you, not show my back. And that is the reason how next the tables have can change the permutation combination. It's very clean. Right now it's very filled with a lot of models. Next. Yeah, that's how when if I don't have work, the idea was I can put all the pots together and have a bed in between.
we will be talking about are talking about the inside space, the inner space. All the time in history, worked out the best qualities of the inner space. Can we do that? So he says like an ideal space must contain elements of magic, serenity, sorcery, and mystery. Can we have these all these qualities in architecture? Next. So if we look at his work, he also says my architecture is autobiographical. In my work, I have always tried to adapt to the needs of modern living and the magic of those remote nostalgic years. I think every one of us, when we talk about architecture and we have fond memories about the childhood and the structures where we had spent our childhood, that nostalgic memories really makes us to connect with architecture. And this quote of his is very important, which he says, the how can I connect modern living and the magic of those nostalgic years? Can I do it through architecture? We're trying to ask those questions to ourselves. Next. And some of his work of Salt Institute, some of the landscape that he has done, and the quality that it gives us to these spaces, that is something beyond like description. You can't explain these qualities, but this is something which really touch you. You all of must have seen these images, but there are a lot of students in time explaining it, or I'm just trying to discuss with about these spaces. Next. Then about Doshi, like after finishing my architecture, I never thought I would like to go. I'll go and work in Doshi's office, but I accidentally landed in his office, and I was there for 4.5 years working with him. I think working with Doshi was a life-changing milestone. Walking into the studio was an exciting walk every day, as we used to look forward to what magic he spells today, and his quest for new possibilities and the stories he weaved around his architecture. Working with him was always a challenge, which set a new benchmark. With each new design, there was a never full stop to the process. It was always a chain reaction. For 4.5 years, when I was working later, Sheetal also joined and we were working with him. We were always, every day we used to ask, कि आज क्या magic होगा? आज what will happen? Because every day we used to work, he used to sketch, he used to take any plans and enlarge it to the other scales, press it, give it to us, and put this into the plan and see what happens. So this was something like trying out new possibilities. Are we really open to the possibilities that might happen? Because most of us are stuck with ideas. We don't want to change. But the best thing about him was like he was never like at one place. Every day he was evolving, every day he was trying to find out new methods, new ways of working out the things. So are we ready for that? So rather than any kind of end product, it was process. The journey was very important, and how you analyze, synthesize, and come with the solution. Solution for that day, particular that day, it might change next day. So that was a very interesting thing. The form and the space intermingles in landscape in such a way that it feels as if it was always there and discovered just now. So we take his house next, or we take some of his buildings like Sept, IIM, his own studio. I always back. I always feel that the architecture, his architecture is kind of a heritage. We feel as if it was there. It is always there. And it has stood the quality of like the time throughout the time it is there, and it is still there, and it is giving us a lot of positive memories. It is giving us a space to enjoy, to intermingle, to all the things. I think that architecture, the architecture which gives these qualities is very important, which is still there as a backdrop. And a lot of activities are happening. When for the first time in 1996, I went to this space, Saurabh was there. Saurabh was in his first year, and I was in his third year. I was in third year. After third year, I was doing my training there. And I said, man, ये क्या, कहाँ पे ये लोग पढ़ रहे हैं और हम कहाँ से आए हैं? This is the place one should be to learn, to study. We are from Kolhapur and we don't know about these things, the kind of architecture that has happened, and it is happening there for such a long time. Since then, we got along with each other and we were interacting. I always used to go to set for like library for reading to meet all of these people, the kind of work they used to do. So this really helped us to grow from college years, like from third year when I was doing training in Ahmedabad. Next, and then after finishing, like after working with Doshi, like we were thinking what we will do. We worked with him for 4.5 years, and after marriage, myself and Sheetal, we were thinking to where to go. Then Girish sir, we were working with Girish sir also. He's in a way kind of our guru only, like who really guided us. And then he said, "Why don't you go to Sri Lanka and work with his friend Hiranti Velandave?" We were working with her for some time. And that really changed our perspective. With Doshi, it was something different. And in Sri Lanka, when we looked at Baba's architecture, it was completely opposite. This is also the way we can think about architecture, which is true. Yeah, both all of them, like in architecture, there are many ways of working on architecture. What you really want to do, it is very important, and it's everyone's journey. I think throughout life we evolve, we look at the things, we learn from them, and we pick some of the things that really touch you, and then with the help of that you grow, and that is what life is. Going to Sri Lanka after working in Sangat was another turning point. It opened us to the entire new kind of landscape and architecture. We became aware of how much tree has a different foliage and how light filtered through it. The tropical landscape has a major impact on all of Sri Lankan architecture. Studying, working, traveling through Sri Lanka gave us different perspective on our own way of working. As Baba said, there was too much of architecture between landscape and humans. So he was working with architect Valentine Gunasekara in his early years. He and Baba was partner, and as Valentine Gunasekara had worked with Erosarinan, the kind of work architecture inspired from modernism he was doing. When Baba looked at that, he was saying this sentence: "There is too much of architecture between landscape and humans." Even if you look at Barragan's earlier work also, it is very much modernist. And after the realization that the real work started happening, some of the images that we had seen earlier was after 20 years of his practice, he started understanding the Mexican architecture and the context, how he can react, and then he started working. Similarly, Baba also in early years, he was very much inspired by kind of modernism and so-called in India, we say PWD kind of architecture. So he discarded that and then got into this. So this was a really eye-opening then. And one of his quote is very important. Earlier, earlier. So if you look at his house, the plan of his house, and the way, because in architecture or in modernism or whatever, like the way we are taught about and all, we always open up the spaces outside. We hardly work with the courtyards. We work with the courtyards in a little bit smaller way or limited way. But these guys, like they have the boundaries and they have the courtyard inside, and the spaces are there. The intermingling spaces are there. We are never thought like we don't think about architecture in that way. We always think about architecture from outer side, what kind of massing we are going to get, what kind of whatever, in a way, the facade we are going to get, what kind of materials we are going to get, use. This is the way And they said they have to be plot, a sleeping plot towards outside. So what we can do is that. So for the telephone, they wanted to say we want to have a big house. But at the same time, we want to be connected. We don't want different houses. We want one house. So how we do that? So if and when the issue, until it has to act as a homogeneous large Wada for them to enjoy its seamless space. The design was conceived dining, kitchen dining, one bedroom here, that's was another bedroom there. And in between the spaces, these are private spaces where the living room and the common living room, courtyard, informal living room, that is on the back side and the front. So it can be courtyards, number of courtyard on the front, like living room, 10 to courtyard, the family says that we have a courtyard. So that is very interesting for us when we work on that. The public space has no walls except against the code which acts as a background to contain the light filter with the cell. The entrance and the rear could liberate the space along with the top and the surfaces. Yeah. And the upper floor, it will be having two bedrooms with a family stay in bedroom. And the lower ground floor, because of the control, so because of control, sorry. Sorry. So that's actually interesting. The day you connect from the parking, you connect to the skylight is there, and the east and west side, the sunlight comes from east in the morning from the west, and you could connect. Like it has cross ventilation also, and it's interesting. Nice. So we can see from the road what we see the raised garden on the upper side. We go to parking space over there. You can see the elevation, outside elevation. And you can see the upper east and west side from the light. At the same time, breeze also comes in. Helps to fulfill the space inside. And at the same time, the connectivity, the kind of connectivity back inside in the spaces. So you really don't realize the include like private spaces. What you say, you are connected with public spaces throughout your house. And this is on the north side, you can see the two entries, one on the east, on the west side, you can see the two houses, and then you come inside, this is the private entry. And once you come inside, this is the courtyard that we are talking about. Basically, making kind of the central courtyard, which a lot of that is done in stone properly. All the finishes being kept simple in stone, exposed on it, and it's safely on the side, which really helps us like to see the kind of light that is on. So this is what we are calling it's also to evaluate executive central courtyard and space inside and the space inside. And on the upper floor, we can see the family spaces and the bedrooms. And up above, we can see the mezzanine on the east side from the sunlight in the morning comes in from the west in the evening. So throughout the year, throughout the day, the play of light is there, the quality changes. And this is the deck on the west side with the garden over there, and you can see on the it is kind of a view, and you have that feeling of fun, which are the different photos, and the center board and the central space, which is very important. I mean, when we went to their house and they seemed like in Corona time, like kids enjoyed the house like anything because they were living across all the house, they were playing and they never felt we really had a good time. And I think that is very important in a house to have this kind of places for the kids and for everyone to invest. Like one place, everyone is connected with each other. And the stages will come the floor, the family space, and the bedrooms are there. And the stages on the right hand side, which is taking the mezzanine on the east side and west side. This is the connectivity from the mezzanine at the same time. I think that is very important. The quality of this space is very important for us. Where all the activities happen, family goes together, the time is also connected throughout that, and the family spaces inside. So we call it kind of reinventing the garden. The work that we had done earlier, we showed in the office, earlier offices had this is right after shifting into our early office, old office, this project we had done. But why we did like this? Because of the requirements, the kind of requirements, the lifestyle the client had. Because the house is started nearly 10 bedrooms, two living, two living rooms, two family rooms, two kitchens, two dining rooms, theater, office, and everything on a single plot of 6,000 square feet. So how do you combine in one space and see if we try to look at those values? I think that was a very interesting exercise in this. Next. So now, as I said, when more new project, like this came to us as an interior project. This is a duplex for a builder brothers. Two of them wanted to have duplex for them with maybe space, home theater, as usual, a typical urban requirement of interior project. So all jam-packed requirement, bedroom change, jacuzzi, living room, dining, each and everything. So they had got four flats, two DHA flats on sixth floor of an apartment, sixth floor and seventh floor. But the interesting thing was since the day one they approached us, when the foundation was going on, they came to us and we started working on the grid. We came to most of the columns which were there in their apartment and to work on the space around. And what we feel is it is very interesting as compared to earlier project where the core was open and the spaces were around. Here, so it is opposite to that. Here the core is solid and the spaces are opening on all the sides and the building is on six and seven floor. We could afford to do that. So we see the two ducts, the staircase comes inside, the lifts are there. Then all around the house is there. So you enter and then you have living room, the courtyard, family room, dining. And then when you come on to the west side, there are private bedrooms. And then on the east side, there is a puja room, terrace, and home theater. So as usual, typical Vastu requirement, we says as the Pushita most of the time say, like take it like a bylaws, don't question them. If the solution is sort of try to find out the solutions for that. But still, I think that that's the same situation. We can work on something interesting and we should get clarity. But core is there and the spaces are connected throughout and it's very different in the kind of passages, smaller passages, we need on two sides. Like usually side. When you go on the first floor, that comes over there again, bedrooms and the east side there is a gym and that gives you a courtyard. You can next. Second, we can see that there is a terrace in a courtyard dining. So, like a bungalow, we call it bungalow very style. You can actually sorry for that. Section so we go to next. Yeah. And here, currently the builder and wanted to have some kind of plush house, rented by their friends, guests, but still believe in some of the values that we cherish. And we try to give a solution to this. So this is the terrace with little puja room and it has a nice open space for all the family. At one end is a puja, another end is a home theater, two different kind of pujas like we have. One you can see that And the space inside is the living room connecting to the terrace, to the puja room is we should work on place and project, but this is the approach that we took in this story. So how we combine all of this. So this is on a very easy note in collaboration with kind of a highlighting like on the last side. The site had a longer side. Architecture is a response to the client's personality and their lifestyle. It gives us an opportunity to experiment with a different palette here. This young entrepreneur who has an industry catering to multinational companies needed a house to host a number of corporate clients and VIPs. The finishes had to be plush and upmarket. Unlike the rest of the projects, we took this up as a challenge to push our envelope and see what we can do in response to the brief. Yeah. So as I said, like we started working on that, the long side, the longer side, towards the goal. So how we can screen the spaces because long side, the main side, where all of the living spaces will be opening up. So how we can screen those spaces? How we can extend those spaces because plot is 5,700 square feet and the requirements are huge. So how to combine that? How we are parking for four cars, scooters, servant quarters, and client wanted to have a small studio apartment for his mother where she can have a good time with her friends. So that space is ours and a small integrating area is there like a small so number four, which is there a lobby where the guests will be coming like, from the office and other we can entertain them. And from there the staircase goes up which comes inside. Otherwise the guests will be coming from this northeastern staircase over there. And there will be executive living, family living, kitchen, one bedroom. And what we are having protect on the north side would extend the formula. Because in these kind of houses, to the government, we have connectivity to the garden. But on the upper floor, how we can have that? That will be a challenging thing. The second floor and third floor, second floor is like four bedrooms in the family space. Third floor, and section you can see that the spaces, the double height spaces, the connectivity, the extended space. To another section. And this is what we are talking about. And the screen that we have it's floating outside. And it will have a place for them to come out to sit, to enjoy. And this is how it's going. This is the north side of the house. On the lower side, you can see the studio apartment and the parking. The first floor, we have executive living, family, dining, and the first floor bedrooms and the parking. So from the street, the kind of buildings that we have, as we said, these are the streets of the natural vegetation that we are talking about, which is there, and the things which are coming out. So by using these multiple, by using these combinations, can we add the value to the spaces that we are designing next? This is how we can decide when we are parking. You can see the service kind of service studio apartment and the lobby from where they have access to the lift to their main house, so they can park the car closely to the thumbprint. They can again to the lift, they can go up. And although you see that you see the stages you can take all the guests directly next to the executive window on the first floor, which is there. When she enters, and this is how we can see the executive the future will be there. You can see that. And then you have the family space. So the dining family, the days that you are talking about is around 30 bigger sliding doors with a rolling shutters, with rolling shutter both up. You are connected on the deck and the pergola beyond. And you can see the natural vegetation screen beyond. I think this quality of this space is very interesting. And I think most of the urban houses is trying to have this. It can be used that. And use that. These kind of spaces for urban houses. Next, and spaces which takes over next. And these are the decks that we have about. We have the pivot screens which controls the national light. We can open up the kind of city that we are talking about on the west side and the north side, which really screens the house from the basic identity. Go next. When you come on the upper floor, we have a small family space because as there are four bedrooms, you need to have a small space where all of them can come together and it is connected in the family space and dining space on the ground floor next to the and then it connects to the upper floor next. And on the upper floor, they have a party space with a lounge, gym, theater, and party terrace. So a typical requirement of our family, influential our family, we wanted to have all the things in one bucket. So how do you answer, try to answer that? That is the real question, and we try to work on that through this. You can see some of the images. Like we are talking about urban land, Charlie wall that you can see next. So this project is very important for us in this space because this a client, a professor, both of them, husband and wife, came to us and they said, we have a small plot and we want to have a really tiny plot. We don't want to build more than 600 square feet and we want to have maybe 3 bedrooms and a family space. So how to work on that? How to work on the space in such a way that the space won't look smaller or compromised, and yet it will give a different feel to the space. So 15,000 square feet plot, again, working on the lower ground near the parking, then towards the entry, we go inside, and we have very key places, the central double line space is kind of a big space which connects all the spaces. On the front side, east side is the living and dining kitchen. On the rear side, left side, we have a deck deck and a bedroom. And upper floor, you can see again 2 bedrooms and a small terrace in the field. You can see the screen parking place. Here in section, you can see. And we started to work on the sections and we thought of similarly with the walls. Because with the walls, the way the space expands, like what we have seen in some of our floor, why not see that? We thought of why not use this empty space because it will give a very kind of a different feeling in the space which is not bound by a flat slab, but which continues next. So this is how it has come out from the enter from the front seat, you can see the mini bag, you can see that the right space is public space and of the staircase and the skylight, it's now sitting on the rear side as a bedrooms next. Some of the other this is how we enter in the house and this is on the west side, east side, we have all the private public spaces in the garden. Next. That's the quality of space inside that we are talking about. Once you come inside the main space, living space is connecting to the garden, the room also is connected, it is going out like it is. There is no limit. That's what we feel like that's what the best thing about the world. You can see the kitchen dining on this side. Next. And the best side we have private deck. I think that is used in the best way because we can near the Ragaram Talam, you can see the Ragaram Talam. So instead of having one more bedroom, we create this deck. Most of them enjoy their evenings. And most of the time they are sitting here on the Shula and see with the friends. Next. And this is the single corridor where which we are talking about the staircase with the seat and the skylight on the top. You can connect all the systems coming, person sitting in the middle, back, in the kitchen, and you can see on the upper areas also, upper bedroom. There. This experiment, what we feel is very important in smaller space because use of just one double height space with the skylight and the use of walls. How we can connect all these spaces interestingly. And here in the second hand, here you can see the two sitting on the south side and north side. Landing on the side and the staircase goes up to the terrace. Here, and the terrace, which is here. Next. And you can look at the whole kitchen inside. We really think that this is one way of working on the space for a smaller urban house. We try to work on this to uh, this modern way where this is spaces and server spaces are there and interconnecting with each other. At the same time, with the playing with the volumes and light, how we can achieve that. We can try to achieve that. It's just 1600 square feet house, but we the way it connects with each other, the way it looks into each other, and the way the light falls inside. I mean that it makes it interesting. And as I'm always talking about the inner space rather than what we see from outside, it is very important how we feel inside, how do I feel inside when I sit under those walls, under the space, inside the space. That is very important for all of us. And I think that's what makes it really special for all of us. And even when we talk about clients, we also see about the same thing, the kind of feeling that they have inside. So see what this is something to experience. Next. And this I would like to end our presentation. This is our next studio, which we just filmed. Again, as I said, this will be kind of a continuation of our studio where we purposely thought of shifting on first floor on a terrace and we created a space and use the ground floor which is there for all other activities where lot of like-minded people can come and interact. We can have discussions. We can have last week we had a theater there. Like all like-minded people can come and use this space. On the upper floor we have our office, very informal office in the first floor. Purposely I'm not putting any of the sides of this studio. We, we are still working on that. We are still working on this spaces. But all of you are welcome to visit our studio. You are part of our studio, I feel. We can go into a lot of discussions and good debates. And we would like to discuss with all of you there in this space and how we can make it a better space and take our journey further. whatever we have done, how we can continue that. So this space is always open for all of you. All of you are welcome to see with this. I would like to take my presentation. Thank you very much.
everybody, and thank you for joining us on the stage. First, I will request Shri sir to please felicitate Saurabh Malpani. It's a special gamsha from Assam that we've got. Architect Sachin Patil. Perfect blend of architect and artist. Architect Sachin Agshikar. Architect Prasanna. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence. I would request if you could share few words with us.
Good evening, friends. So nice to be here. And I believe that when we talk about literacy, literacy exactly copying, not really the same kind of rules and the same kind of standards. As a leader of the movement. But it is the right some of the essential values of an animal assimilation of the intangible values expressed and then another business. I'd almost finished saying what I wanted to say. Uh, no, what I was trying to say is heritage is something very deep. I mean, it deals with the intangible values which the guru has pursued in his life and expressed to his work. The external expressions could be different, but the basic values, if they are assimilated and if they are expressed in a different way, or is still better. It's a richer kind of a legacy. What else was I saying? Just I was saying something anyway. So I wish these young architects the very best in their life, the very best in their profession, and they have and I wish them great success, just as their gurus had achieved in life. And with this, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time. Glad to have you. Thank you. Our next speaker is architect Sachin Agshikar. Sachin Agshikar studied architecture at Sir J.J. College of Architecture, Mumbai University, and was awarded a gold medal for his final year design thesis. Before setting up his own practice in the year 2000, he worked with architect Charles Correa for 8 years and then continued working as his associate. He has designed the Bottom Champali Mod Pancreatic Cancer Center in Portugal and various other projects in India, such as high-rise residential towers, a winery, a municipal market, resorts, houses, and schools. He follows a very modest design philosophy and emphasizes on simplicity, scale, natural light, and warmth while creating spaces as seen in all his projects. Please welcome and put your hands together for Sachin Agshikar.
With this. Thank you so much for inviting me today. Uh, it's really a great honor to be part of this forum, and it's also an honor to be sharing the stage with Saurabh and Prasanna and Sachin. It's a really nice feeling I have coming here. It's also my first visit. So basically, this talk is about my experience working with Charles Fourier and what is it that I have learned from him and how does it reflect in my work. So begin with that. Just a month before Charles passed away, I mean, he called me and he asked me to come to Charles Fourier Foundation because he wanted me to design an Anganwadi, which was supposed to be the first live project. So when I went to meet him, so I went to meet him at the foundation and I was standing there and he was surrounded by students over there. He said to them, nobody can teach you architecture or to that matter any form of art. You learn architecture only or you learn from someone only if you admire that person immensely. Just I'll repeat this. You learn from someone only if you admire that person immensely. I mean, this is such a profound statement. And whatever I have learned and what I was learning, I mean, it was because of this one person whom I had met, almost 20 years ago. I met Charles Fourier, or rather, I joined Charles Fourier's office on 1st September 1995, which was also his 65th birthday. I was just 26. And very soon, I realized and I experienced his extraordinary energy, his passion, and precision with which he worked, his great sense of humor, and of course, his temper. And working under him is an experience which cannot be expressed. I mean, I had never met anybody so passionate like Charles. We found it very difficult to match the speed of his thought process. His ideas and sketches kept flowing throughout the day till he left the office at around 8 o'clock. And then we were struggling until much later trying to them on paper because he wanted to see everything the next morning, which began at 9:30. His brain was working 24/7, and so was our clock. Rolls and rolls of papers were disposed of every night. And by the time we left, our studio looked like some battlefield. There was this man called Krishna who was there for almost 35 years before I joined, and he used to make lovely thermocol models. And Charles used to take clutter and cut them ruthlessly, and but we could see that buildings were transforming into beautiful sculptures right in front of our eyes. Charles never gave up or compromised. If there was an opportunity to improve space or design, he wouldn't hesitate for that. So it did not matter at what stage the building was. We were always under this tremendous pressure of trying to coordinate with the consultants and we were trying to coordinate with the contractors, the client, and sometimes the courier guy was always there at 6 o'clock to, for a packet. Invariably, we had something to do. So according to Charles, according to Charles, nothing was impossible. If something had to be done, it had to be done, and that is irrespective whether you have to fight with the client. But things had to be done as per his wishes. Or not, I wouldn't call them wishes, but what he thought was right for architecture. Very soon, I also realized that apart from making drawings, letter writing was an art which was absolutely essential in this office. Every drawing which left the office had to be accompanied with a letter which explains explicitly why the drawings were being sent. There were separate letters for consultants and contractors or client as a follow-up to ensure that the building was built. The problem was that letters had to be precise and to the point and grammatically correct. Charles used to not only see a drawing, he sometimes used to read the letters which he used to see. So Charles had created very high standards for himself, and then we had to follow them as well. We tried extremely hard not to fail, but we just barely managed. Precision was expected from drawings, letter writing, how we spoke, and so on and so forth. Probably the only control which he did not have was how we looked. The rest, everything had to be Charles was not only interested in architecture, but his knowledge about history, art, music, politics, sports. It was incredible. He could speak on any of these topics fluently. He was well read and well informed. We used to wonder how does he manage to gather all this information? We always left the office at around 8 o'clock at night. Does he really go home and watch the news, listen to music, watch a movie, and then read a book, and then write some article and also design for the next day? So we could never find out what was happening, and also we had never heard anybody speak about architecture and then connect it with topics like art, or humanity, or a movie. This was never done in college. So every day for us, it was like learning experience, and we felt like newborn babies trying to grasp every word he uttered. Charles used to basically speak about Le Corbusier a lot, quite often, in fact, while designing. He knew each and every project in great detail. So he used it to give examples and show us pictures of Le Corbusier's work. And we realized that Charles admired Le Corbusier immensely, just like how we had started admiring Charles for his various qualities. Charles also had a great sense of humor, which sometimes eased the pressure in the office. I remember once there was this senior of ours who had worked in the office and he had started his own practice. And he had sent some pictures of his work. And Charles was looking at them and he said, "Look, this is what they do when they start their own practice. Haven't they learned anything?" And he was very angry and furious and he found hundreds of faults in the photographs which he was looking at. So I was in the room and I did not know where to look. So, but at that moment, I decided that when I start my own practice, I'm not going to send Charles anymore. So, and then he went on, and then suddenly he laughed. He said, "You know what? Thank God Paul is not alive." I mean, if he had seen my work, he would have said the same thing. So Charles, according to Charles, I mean, Le Corbusier was a scientist and inventor, and whereas we were all engineers who were actually using the spare parts which were already designed by him. So then we started thinking that if that was the case, then where did we stand in this chain of evolution? Now, being a perfectionist, Charles always lost his temper with imperfect people like us around him. Now, our day would start and end with words hitting us like bullets. Now, we were experts at making blunders, so we had to learn the hard way. So this office was definitely not for somebody with a weak heart. There was this poster I remember which was put up in the corner by a senior, which nobody had touched, like a Xerox. And as you can see, I mean, there's a frog which is being swallowed by this bird and being almost in, and this frog is still trying to strangle that bird. The message says, "Don't ever give up." Every evening, he looked at this inspiring message and he came back the next morning with an urge to perform even better and impress Charles. But that never happened. But hardships also followed with rewards. One day after many years of working, he called me and some reason he was very happy. And he said, I want to give you my book, this new book which was published, which surprisingly I did not have. And then he suddenly changed his mind and he said, you know what, forget my book. Pick any book on Le Corbusier from the shelf. He has this huge collection of books in his library, and I knew that he had two copies of this book. So I picked up this book. This book, the wonderful message inside, written by him, is actually more precious than any degree that I've ever received from any of the universities. Charles was absolutely right. No guru can teach you anything unless you admire him immensely and believe in him. And I was actually very fortunate to have somebody like Charles as my guru. And whatever I've learned and I'm still learning is because of him. Basically, what is it that I have picked up from Charles? I would say I have picked up two things. One is the clarity, and second is the simplicity which is required in any design while designing. And I also remember Charles telling me that you have to experience the building, not look at it as an object. You should feel nice whether you are inside or outside the building. That is more important. That is architecture. That's what I try to do in my projects. As far as possible. So when he called me to Goa, he designed this Anganwadi. It was the first live project, meaning a project was to be built. It was initiated by the government of Goa, and this Anganwadi was going to be like a prototype which he repeated in other villages of Goa. So he said, look, this is the first project, and the reputation of Charles Furey Foundation is in your hands. That was enough to make me quite nervous. But I said, yeah, fine. And when I came back the same evening, I came back to Goa, and next morning I sat and I prepared a sketch, a plan, which I was to send it. And Anganwadi, as you know, it's basically like a multi-purpose hall, and it has a few rooms like a creche and a toilet, pantry, and school. It's not a big thing. It's a small project. So I sent him this plan, and I wrote in my email saying this Anganwadi is basically like a veranda. It's open from three sides, and it's got 4 rooms in 4 corners, which will have a door which can be locked. The rest of the veranda is going to be open. The openings are going to be recessed. They'll be deeply recessed so that the rain doesn't come in, but it will allow a lot of sunlight and the breeze. It's a very simple plan, and it's going to face the rain tree and not the main. The rain tree was at the bottom. The road was on the left-hand side. But I said it should face the rain tree, and all these openings are in on axis of the rain tree. From inside, you see the rain tree, and the shadow of the rain tree will fall on the front of the building. Also, the children can play under the tree when the weather is good, or they can play inside. And the only plus point or the main point of this whole plan is basically I'm imagining the breeze to flow and the light to come. There's nothing more than that. And this is the front elevation. As you can see, it's like a box. It's got this huge opening, which is quite recessed. And yeah, there's nothing more. That's it. So I sent this email to him, and then I had to wait for his reply. While waiting, of course, all kinds of thoughts were crossing my mind. It was actually like waiting for your final year thesis results. Like I'm thinking, is he going to ask for that recursive which he had given? So then, yeah, the next morning I got a reply, very prompt reply. I think this was one of the best replies I've ever received from him. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the building being built, but it did get built. This is how it looks. So that's a box which you see, which actually has an elevation. It was painted red, make it a little attractive to the children. It's got these 4 rooms in the 4 corners, which gives it that solidity and can be locked. Openings which were meant to be completely open, I mean, they requested us to put some grills so that it doesn't get disturbed in the night. I would have preferred it if it was completely, but it made sense to have the grill also. Then we designed this logo, which was made in plaster. See the two children, girl and a boy. And what I like about this is the shadow which falls on it, and it keeps changing throughout the day. In fact, it makes a lovely backdrop for the rain tree more than anything else. It's also quite bold, and you cannot miss the structure when you pass by. It really stands out over there. And I think the color of red goes very well with the green in the surroundings. It's a very nice combination of red and green. This is from inside, and as you can see, there's a low wall at the back with soil, which I thought the children would learn some gardening or something like that. We also wanted to plant a tree there, which did not happen. There was no money. You can see the light coming in and the openness in this space, this multi-purpose space. That's the side which is actually facing the road. It has a sloping roof, and the Anganwadi is facing the tree, which is on the right hand side. There was no money left to level the ground, so right now the grounds are what are just stacked against the building. Hopefully, one day they'll have some money and they'll build a compound wall, which was not built. But at least the building was built, and it seems they were quite happy with the way it turned out because it did work. I mean, the breeze was blowing through the building. Another thing I remember Charles telling me was, just remember that your big moves have to be right, right from your sketch design and up to your final execution. And the big moves have to be seen, should be visible in your sketch design as well as when the building is built. Also, I mean, he said, remember that you need to be like a good cook. You cannot make a dish, adding only spice. You need to know what exactly you're making. That was a very important message, and this is the sketch which he had made while designing the cancer research, not yeah, cancer research center in Lisbon. And I was working with him as an associate on this project. And as you can see, those curved walls or the lines are reflecting in this project, which are basically these big walls, curved walls, and it's a very striking project, very sculptural. It was built around 12 years ago, and it attracts a lot of cancer patients from all over the world. I mean, I think they have some 1,000 patients per month coming over this city. It's not a hospital, it's more of a research center, and they have a day hospital. Come there for the medication, and then you cannot stay there. So 10 years later, I received an email from the same client, the Shampali Moore Foundation, and they asked me whether I could design a hospital which was for pancreatic cancer. And the hospital is going to be right next to this building. Now, when you have a landmark building like this on the same plot, you need to be extremely careful. The big moves have to be absolutely spot on. So it was very important that whatever I designed, had to look as if it was, always designed when the other buildings were being designed. And it was only thing this got built a little later, but maybe probably after a few years, I mean, nobody would know that this was built separately by another. So that was extremely important, and probably that is why they also came to me. There's so many talented architects in this field itself. So it was important that I follow the same language, follow the same sort of materials which were used in the earlier project. The scale was important, and they also needed a lot of connections between the old and the new buildings. It was important that whatever I do, I mean, I should spoil something which was designed by Charles. So those connections had to be done so discreetly that they are not obvious. Nobody knows about it. The second important thing for me was this building is for pancreatic cancer, which doesn't have a cure. So right now, there's a lot of research happening, but people who are suffering from pancreatic cancer, I mean, they know that they're going to die. So this is probably their last stages. So it was important that this hospital shouldn't look like an hospital. And considering that even I mean, patients, but considering even the people who are coming with the patients, their relatives, are in a very different frame of mind. So it was important that they feel very calm when they enter this place, because of course there was no hope for them, but at least they shouldn't feel like they come to a hospital and this is the last stage. So what we have tried to do here is basically make use of a lot of natural elements. Like one thing was water. We had the ocean which was right behind the building, but it was not visible from the building because there was another existing building there. So I decided to why not bring the water inside the building, since we don't have a view of ocean. So water as an element was very important. And secondly, the natural light, which was ample in Lisbon, and most of the times the weather is fantastic, it's 22 degrees and all that. These are the two strong points in this project, which will make this project successful. I think it's built now, and they are going to start the probably from this month. So this was the site where Charles had designed. It's a triangular site. You can see those black lines. Spurred walls are basically those thick walls. So on the white are the buildings. So there are three buildings over there, and you can walk between the walls. And my site was rectangular orange patch that you see at the bottom. My site was considering the site of the space available for the earlier structure, which was quite narrow and it was quite linear. And actually, the cars were being parked here So I was supposed to design in this parking lot, the new hospital. So the client tried to be a little helpful, and he suggested that if you have to leave around 50% of the plot for future expansion, and maybe you can take that small building over there on the left bottom corner and place it here and make it 5-story tall. These other buildings are basically the middle one was 4 stories, the big one, and the one next to it was 3 stories. I thought such things happened only in India, but this suggestion came from them. Then I remember Charles telling me that do not be afraid of losing a project. I mean, if somebody was trying to asking you to compromise, I mean, this view. Now, this project was too good to lose. So, but I still gathered the strength and I wrote back to the client saying that this is not the way to go forward. I mean, I'm a great believer of scale. This building cannot be taller than Charles's design. If at all, I mean, it should be like 1 floor less than what the building, the existing building is. So what I need is the entire site. I cannot be 50% of the site. What we need to do is design on the entire site, and if you want to expand, probably you'll have to look for another site. And then I sent him this sketch. This was the fourth curved wall which I added. And what I suggested was when you drive down the road, I mean, this look at the way the walls treat each other. Look at the way they sync with each other. This was the solution. This nothing can be different from what I'm showing. This will work. And fortunately, I mean, the client understood what I was trying to say. And he agreed that yes, we'll take the entire site and this building cannot be taller than the other building. So this was the big move. That, once the big moves are right, I mean, everything falls in place. The building which is constructed looks exactly like this very initial sketch, which says everything. This is how the site plan looks when it is built. So the plan was very simple. Uh, we There was a requirement of 2 basements, which were around 10,000 square meters, and then the hospital was another 10,000 square meters. So, being very close to the Atlantic Ocean, we had a problem with the water table. So we could go below 3.5 meters. And so in order to get 2 levels of parking, we had to raise the level of ground floor by 3.5 meters from the level. In order to reach the first floor, which was actually our ground floor, we had a ramp which is right in front, which is right parallel to the road. So you climb up, you drive up, and this ramp is hidden behind a straight wall. And it's a nice feel because you're driving past between 2 walls. One is a curved wall, which is huge, and this is straight wall. And then you enter into the reception area. Both sides of the reception area, there's a courtyard, which is filled with water and few trees. And the whole passage is around, as you walk around the building, is helping you to see the water or look at the water, wherever you go. Also, the research lab, which was on the right side, I told them that they could actually take a break and come out and sit under the trees. Similarly, on the left-hand side, where the day hospital is and consultation and everything is there, I mean, people can actually sit out, patients can sit out on the street, and where we have chairs and everything, right, very close to the third wall actually gives them the privacy from the road. First of all, you are 3.5 meters higher than the road, and then this third wall also gives you the privacy, sound and visuals. So it's a very simple plan based on an 8 by 9 meter grid. The first floor, we have rooms on the left-hand side, and we have the ICU rooms on the right-hand side, along with the OR, which is the operation. And the rooms in the front, of course, they overlook the water body, but the rooms at the back, there was, few rooms on the extreme left get a view of the ocean, but the rest of the rooms do not get a view of the existing building is there, not Charles Kurer's building, some other building. So we also introduced a water body at that level, just outside the rooms, so that it just touches the room and get the feeling of water even when you're in the. This is the final plan, which that more details. We had a consultant from the US who actually did the planning for the hospital inside this building. And this is the first time they have circular ORs, the operation theater system, which is one of its kind in the world. They have introduced it. That's the basement, which is for parking, which is 2 levels. That's the section which explains the way it's designed. We have a basement parking, which is 3 meters below, and then we have the next level of parking, which is at road level. And our main ground floor is actually on the first floor, and then we have another level, which are the rooms and the ORs. Then the penthouse is basically, it's not a penthouse in that sense, but it's mainly for services, air conditioning, water supply, and all this. They call it as a penthouse. So this water was extremely important feature, which the client was understood that it is going to make a big difference. Because it was really soothing to have shallow water body right next to your feet. You step down and sit there. This was a view which we had made in SketchUp right in the beginning. It's one of the first initial sketches actually got built. So now when you look at any water body, or swimming pool, it looks quite dark in the night, unless you have lights on the edge. So in this case, since people were from the first floor were also going to overlook, I have suggested that we should have tiny LED lights which are scattered all over the pool. So they would look like stars. This was an idea which they quite liked. We had consultants from the UK who were designing the lighting for us. That's the water body strip of water which is on the top level, just outside the room. This is just an image. And the reception is a double light space, and there's another lobby on the first floor that overlooks into the reception area. So we had kept a wall, especially a huge wall which overlooks that reception lobby. And I have requested my client to appoint a local artist who can actually paint over there. This is just this image, but somebody who can paint on this wall. And perhaps the theme should be hope, because people who are coming here finally, they are living on hope that maybe they'll be cured. And this is the wall which is at the moment blank, but hopefully somebody will come and paint it. That's the front elevation of the building. It's a 170-meter long building. And it is, as you can see, it's extremely simple and bold. That's the mound which is the front, which is sort of hiding the ramp, the straight wall, and the ramp which is going behind the first wall. That's the Anganwadi which you just saw. So it's at the same scale of the buildings. But what is common in both these buildings that they are both so simple. I mean, they are just simple and bold. I mean, they're equally striking. I feel there's nothing needs to be added to these buildings. So that's the strength of architecture. And there's nothing we need to do, nothing extra. Then when the project started, I mean, we were hit by the pandemic, and I visited Lisbon after that. I've not seen the building myself, but these are the pictures which was being sent while the construction was happening to the end. And some of them I think are very interesting, so I thought I would share them with you because these were clicked by a person who was, walking all over for last 2 years on the side, and she's been clicking this picture and sending me. This was probably the when the excavation happened. Foundation. It's like Egypt to me. It's quite interesting how people see, while clicking pictures, because sometimes we don't even see these things right in front of our eyes. This is when the wall was coming up, and we understood the scale. I mean, till then, even I was not aware what is the scale of the building, how huge, large it is. When these pictures started coming, I realized that it's a massive. So the cutouts which sort of resemble the cutouts which were done in the earlier building. Then came the glass. This is looking at the building designed by Charles Fourier, which is Cancer Research Center. We have used the same stone cladding example. The landscape started. The building was inaugurated in September. They had invited the King and Queen of Spain because the person who has donated money for this building is Spanish. This person has donated 50 million euros to build this building, which probably 20 million went into the construction of the building, but the rest of the money went into the equipment and the things which were needed to make it run as a hospital. They used the courtyard very nicely to have their presentation. This is then blocked one of the holes to project. These are the flags of Portugal. This is how it looks from the top. That's building extreme left. Top corner is designed by Charles and that's the building at the back which is blocking my view. This is from inside. There are huge rings of light which are suspended from the ceiling. This is the infusion center where people come and sit. Get chemotherapy. These pods, which were meant for the patient and the relative, were designed by somebody who has been designing first class business cabinets for in British Airways. So he's a product designer who was brought here to design only these cubicles. Each cubicle is self-sufficient with a TV and place to hang your coat and tray, and it's like a business class or a first class cabin. That's the building. You see the driveway which takes you up. This was the first time I saw when the space was filled with water. That's not the street. The extreme end is the building designed by Charles. These curved walls, I mean, they just flow, and they probably take you to the original water body, which was land. But so there's a walkthrough which I'll be showing you. There's a small story behind this, why this was made. Um, I had just come back from Lisbon, and then I got a call from them saying, "Can you come back again?" Now, going to Lisbon is not so easy because it takes around 16 hours and you have to change two flights. The reason they were calling me within 15 days was because Bothong was donated this money, wanted to see the project, and he was going to see it for the first time. So that was the time which was available for them. And so they said everybody who has worked on the project has to come. So basically, there were three people. I had shown him what the building is going to look like. Then HDR was designing the interiors for the internal planning for the hospital. They specialized in hospital planning. They were supposed to come and explain the new trends in hospital planning, how the rooms are designed. And the scientist working with Champali, he had to show them that what kind of research is happening and what progress they have made and what is expected in future. So each one of us were given 7 minutes to talk. So, and we had only 15 days. And so I said, okay, I mean, I'll come back. And, so can we make a model or can we get a model made in Lisbon? They said no, I mean, that was not possible. So we basically had to depend on a PowerPoint presentation. Then they said that I mean, we got everything ready, and then suddenly, just a week before, they said, Mr. Botno doesn't understand English, nor does he understand Portuguese. He understands only French and Spanish. So the HDR boss said, okay, I mean, he knew Spanish school, so he could speak Spanish. He said, I can explain in Spanish. The scientist said, okay, I mean, I'll translate my speech in this thing, French, and I'll read out my speech. So the problem was with me because I had forgotten my French the day I left school. So I had no other alternative. So so they said, okay, we'll put two screens and we'll translate your speech in Spanish. So you explain, you show this slide and he'll read on this side. I said, that's not going to happen. I mean, imagine he's reading and I'm just talking. So am I really required over them? That time there were no Zoom calls and all that. So and they said, no, he wants to beat you. It will make a difference if you present it, no matter. It doesn't matter if he can't understand what you're saying. So we were thinking what to do. And then I remember Charles that saying that it is important that you experience a building. And especially when a building is so simple, you need to experience it. There's nothing striking about this building. If I showed him this elevation, probably he may not like. So there was a student in my office, and he said, "Okay, well, let's make a walk." And he, this limited knowledge, we said, "Okay, I mean, if nothing else, let's make a walk." And this walkthrough, which has music, just music, there are no words, just music. I think made a big difference. I mean, it's a real amateur walkthrough. It's made in sketches, nothing fancy about this walkthrough. But I think it just explains everything that I wanted to say in my drawings or everything that was going on in my head. And at the end of it, when we played the walkthrough at the end of the presentation, when all three of us spoke, this man was probably was the richest man in Spain. He had tears in his eyes. And he stood up and he clapped. I mean, that was just wonderful. I mean, that was the time it was very clear that he had understood the building and he had signed off. Probably he was happy that he was paying 50 million for this building and it wasn't going down the drain. So I would like to show you this walkthrough and end my presentation with the walk and just listen to the music and just experience the space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Our next speaker is architect Prasanna Morey from PMA Madhushala, Pune. He completed his education from College of Engineering and Technology. Lucknow. He started his own practice from the year 2007, strongly believing that architecture is not simply the manipulation of forms, but also the creation of space, and above all, the construction of a place that serves as foundation for space. In all of his works, light is decisive in forming space, believing light is what awakens architecture to life. Philosophy of his work is based on research and experiments which are instilled by nature and suffused with inherited stands of fearlessness towards uncertainty. Attempts to redefine the eulogy called modern and blend it with the essence of bygone era, experimenting with the language divided by lines, plays, and volumes, with light, textures, and authentic materials, with available economy and context. We all are very familiar with Madhushala, a poetry collection by Dr. Harivansh Rai Bachchan. I invite architect Prasanna Morey sir to share his works, experiences, and the story of his PN Madhushala. Thank you. Check it, check
Hi. Yeah. Can you hear me? Start it. Us here. Good evening all. There is one slide which is required for me to show. Next. Next. So this is by Rumi, right? How beautiful a day can be when friendship touches it. We all are experiencing this with very warm celebration by the forum team and inspiring presentations by Sachin, Saurabh, and Sachin Agshikar. I really admire the idea of forum for this kind of act to celebrate in memory of the loving buddy. Very much sure whenever he must be very happy. So, thank you for inviting us to share our work on all this wonderful and great things. We like next. Okay. This presentation is an attempt to review our own work and analyze over the aspect and values what we are following in our culture practice. Uh, so this PMA Madhushala is like it's not only by me, it's by many people like who are involved, like my wife, my life partner Divya, and many more associates, like one of the associates, is here now. So all those people actually became together and built the space, which is like PME Madhushala. And like after like coming in architecture, uh, working with Girish Joshi, and after many more years, like when we started working practice, we thought we are little friendly with architecture, but by the time we realize it's a Purna Brahmanda, it's not like that easy, like for instance. Only the medium, like you know better, could be constant search in both your world, I mean inside and like rational, whatever you say. And that is what we call quest, basically. So it's how like you are thinking inside, how you are perceiving from outside nature. So, and this constant process helps to satisfy your intellectual and spiritual dimensions every time. So, like, and that is also joyfully and unusually. And in this process of constant act, we realize architecture is nothing but the process of self-realization. That's how, like, we are trying to work or see when with our project, or like to continues this uh, practice. But this all understanding or knowledge might get stored, I think, in your subconscious mind, which you got through several journeys. But to connect with real or perfect time, I think we need guru. And I think that is very important. And we are fortunate enough, like we are blessed with that. Like we got that guru, and I think we all know busy. So when I was working with him, so that's my image. I mean, so when I was working like about 14 years with Girish Joshi, and for this presentation, when I started like what actually I have learned from him, and there are so many things. I mean, which like which is like there has no meaning, or there must be a very deep meaning in it. And if I'm talking about architecture, then there are so many stages. Like I cannot figure out like one or two or three, because the total journey with him, it's not about only architecture. Like there are various layers through which a lot of things was happening, and those uh, those memories actually cherish eventually into uh, the kind of work we are doing. So, so that's why when like for this presentation, I thought let's not like discuss, or let's not put his work, because one part is we all know his work, and second part I don't want to fragmentize on that thing, because I will show you like in a small film like we have met. That is every time you cannot calculate what you are actually getting from the group. Subconsciously, it comes in your mind, and then it actually performs. Another important person is Girish Joshi. Like I, of course, I came in contact with him because of Giri sir, and he was a structural engineer. He worked with he was working with Stein as a in-house structural designer. And after retirement, he came and settled in Pune. Vijay sir used to go to his place and used to have a lot of like discussions over many irrelevant things, like which is not particularly focused on architecture, about food, about what that time the Volvo bus came and they were discussing about the Volvo bus, like how the big glasses are like so I was just like the, the spectator who was just looking like and thinking like what exactly they are talking. Basically. And when we were discussing about any project of structure, so Joshi used to have a very methodological analysis of that structure, a kind of solution he generally tried to give it to us. Like, so we that solution was always like so dangerous for us. Like, we couldn't like understand those kind of solutions. We used to ask him like what exactly this is that. I mean, like, why you were so confident in this kind of design. So, like his answer like generally comes like you should have a power side to understand any structure. Like, not only those parameters, the parameters were affecting around that structure. But that time I was like a child, so I couldn't understand like, what exactly that power side should be. But when we started our practice and slowly, those things come in my mind like that should be like the power side, and you're not thinking only about structure, but the factors were affecting over that. Anything. That is that film. So when we started our practice, we try to analyze like what kind of the factors we are considering in our work culture, like when we were preparing this presentation, and in all of our project, because I think rather than explaining those factors in like every of our project, then if I can tell you like in one go, so you can see those factors in many of those project what we show. So one is about creating an environment for work. So what Sachin Agshikar was talking about, like you should have that kind of client where you can work with them, or you should have your office or environment like where you are actually doing your creative work. So those kind of like environments are very important, and you are doing actually work because that environment boosts you like to good work. Maybe. Then of course selection of work, like to select the proper work with your understanding and with your limitation. You can take it to that extent that if it's going beyond your limitation or uh, it's not like in your limits so that you can't value the work, then it might goes in different direction. So that is also very important. Site and context understanding, that is a very important factor for all like geographical demographic data, understanding of flora for maintaining the balance, study of natural resources available on construction material understanding, study of regional culture and heritage to add the value in design. This is also very important factor for us when we are designing something. Aesthetical value of site. That is another part which we are thinking like how the aesthetical value of the site is, like whether it's surrounded by forest, it has a river so that it can impact our design. Creating appropriate program for the project. Uh, it means I like define the significance in the project program by considering all site contextual understanding. That can come in that. Deciding the criteria of enhancement of requirements suggested by user, like that is very important factor. Where we are talking about the usability of the program. So the providing any solution with respect to client is a very small factor in design. That's what we are considering. It's very important, but it's very small. And finalizing the suitable parameters of the program for design, like over all this site contextual clients requirement, you come with certain kind of idea in your mind about the design, and that is what we are calling about creating an appropriate program. Like one of our like site, the client needed like a 6 bedroom house and provide the 6 bedroom house with 6 toilets was we found very unnecessary. So we tried to convince him rather than doing 6 toilet, we can just manage 3 toilets. So we can do a toilets accordingly so that we can use it as a big luxury uh, toilet with lobby, some kind of that luxury. And eventually we got agreed on that. So that is how like I'm talking about uh, about the program. Third, the fifth is the process of planning and designing of the program. This is most important. Like it's all very individual. Like you can elaborate as per your thinking or as per your education or the way you want to take it. And a lot of factors are there in it. So I think uh, I think you all know like what exactly it is. Maintaining the appropriate aesthetical value with the surrounding context. Selection of appropriate construction material. Selection of appropriate construction methodology. Incorporation of passive climatic system for effective maintenance of the project. So providing a passive climatic system is to maintain the it is for the maintenance of the project for the longer duration. Maintaining the circular economy for healthy culture. So that is also a very important factor towards Saurabh was discussing. And the most important factor is the execution on site. So these all 11 factors can come as per your sequence or as per your thinking. But if and that is how like we are following in every of our projects. Yes. It's coming after that. So the first factor like creating an environment. So that so after like, coming out from Girish Joshi's office, uh, because of a lot of criteria, I wanted to be with him around his office, and because of not good financial arrangements with me, I was finding alternative options for my working places. So begin with I did a barter system with one of my friend who is having a good office, and I got a site margin, and I told him like I'll design like one building for his brother-in-law, and he give me the site margin for 5 years, and I can build my office space, and I can use it for 5 years. And we thought it's not possible like to build a temporary structure and then to run an office. So, but then uh, we next. So so there's the Madhushala first is like that office we built. So this is the thing what I was talking with you about my attachment towards Girish Doshi. Like this is our 5 o'clock evening job. Like I took my scooter, come to registrar's office. We go together, and then we sit in Rupali for an hour, and we spend about an hour in Rupali without no reason. Like we just sit there, have a chit chat. And after starting this, many people joined, like a lot of my friends, Ashwara, Saurabh, and now it's about 20-25 people. So, from like the learning system, it's not the actual learning, but I learn many things like by spending this 1 hour. So next. So these are like the office spaces what we have used, like Madhushala 1, uh, Madhushala 2, then we shifted to another place by 2014 to 19. From 19 onwards, we are using the third Madhushala. Next. This is the visual of our office. These are great leaders like Divine Kashfi of Madhushala. Uh, Madhushala, actually, you must be wondering why we kept the name Madhushala, but it's a very long story. If we will sit like together in over the drinks, I think I could able to explain with that. So, now we will start with the presentation, like actually what we are doing. So this is not first, but very influential project for us. Like when I just came out and started my practice in my own house with a lot of situation. So we were thinking, and that time I was not married, so the house is only for my parents and me. And you can understand, like I had a full liberty because only I was only the client. And after getting after finishing all this project, like when Divya came in my life, like she started analyzing all this project with this mythological drawings. I mean, so she was quite aware about what kind of Samudra Manthan I must be going in which design my house. So that turtle is me actually, and all these things are happening around me when I was doing the drawing, doing at my house. So the house actually is in very puristic form of what I have learned from, like, or what I have got from maybe understanding from the Vijay Joshi and structural system understanding from Vishnu Joshi. So I was like quite, you may say, adamant or like sure like I will do whatever like design with respect to the concrete block, because the concrete block system is in India is all is Indianized by Dhruba Baruah. So what size of the block should be, or like what material, like how the block should be made with the surrounding materials and all. So so by understanding those modules, like by understanding the size of the block, we came with one module, like which is I find appropriate or better in terms of my living, in terms of our living, family living. And plot is about 10,000 square feet. I wanted to build my house in that 1,000 square feet. And program was like 3 bedroom house with living with dining, home theater, because that was my dream. Then 3 toilets, terrace areas, and many more. Like that is what like we were thinking in 1,000 square feet house. So we try to figure out the module of the house, like how if we can develop like one module over the dimensions of the block, and if you can play with that, so is it possible to make the house where I could live basically? So the small module was 2.2 meter by 2.2 meter. And I was very fascinated with the height of 2.2 meter, because when I used to go to this Joshi's site, that 2.2 meter height was very fascinating for me. So my height, it was quite suitable for me also, my parents. So I was not needed more. So we just try to fit the kitchen, toilets, that one module. And then by combining those modules, you're trying to the other the renewable part, like living room time. And by playing it vertically, you try to arrange like the spatial expression what they're thinking in architecture. I thought let's do that also, because that is very important when you are making your own house. Otherwise, nobody will come and see you. So then we try to figure out like how to place module and make the vertical connectivity staircase in that same. And by arranging those modules in, in 6 times, because those 6 times we try to figure out the plan of the house. So this is the drawing. This 6 cubes are like the width of the house is like 6 meter and the depth is 9 meter. And it's like 2.4 out and out. This is the lower level plan. The entry is from down. You come up 4 feet, because my parents' age was around 65 to 70 that point of time, and they wanted a house on a ground floor. They were not knowing like the plot where I was building the house is only 1,000 square feet. And then I was like thinking how to like, convince them like they are on the ground floor. So rather than climbing 8 feet directly, I took them 4 feet from like compound wall to the exterior part of the house, and 4 feet only they are climbing to their space. And when we were arranging these spaces, like the lower floor was for guests, the middle floor was for my parents. The between floor is like a office space for me and them, and the top floor was for me. So that's lower guest bedroom, toilet, and living space. And those are the upper floor, like my parents' floor, and this is hobby. Like, the height is like 2.2 meters. That's how like it's it has got built. The another challenge was like how to keep this plan or this project in terms of sanctioning, because that is also very important when you go to corporations and how you can. So lower level actually we consider as a parking. Then there's a big level like with mezzanine, and the upper level is like one more floor. So that's how we try to get that sanction also. Yes. You see the visuals of that. Uh, Next project is police. The interior we have done for one stone showroom. This is very important for me because before this, we were thinking not to do like any interior project because we got a couple of fights with carpenters. They were so adamant, like whatever like we used to tell them, they, were- they were not listening that. So I thought, let's stop interior, don't work with them. During that moment, now this very good friend of mine, Dipesh, came and told me like he wants to design a showroom for Paris. And then I got the idea like not to use carpenter, only use stone. That's how the project started. This is Diva's drawing like Raja Madan, like how we are interpreting Paris. This is a 1,000 square feet, one floor apartment on the first floor. And we, uh, we were putting a load about, I think, maybe 10, 15 tons of stone. This building, whole building was, this building is on Arkan and occupied by proper senior citizens. So they were quite worried. I mean, you are putting so much of load on the building, which is like very old. Like this building, I think, is 1970s 70s building. So that was like a big challenge for us, like how to come with those ideas, like, stone showroom. So as per the client's requirement, it was necessary to give us the space zoning because over that only they can understand how they can use the building. So the four number is cabin, one is entry, eight is pantry, five is their account room, six is the toilet, two is like their display area. And by seeing this, he was very happy because he was getting everything as per the Vastu plan. He was seeing he even did interior like his cabin, the kitchen. He was not knowing what exactly we were doing there. So that's how we started. We told him like we wanted to see like 12 very cheap stone what he was saving. So like he showed me like this stones like this stones like what we are selling. So I told him like then we will use this stone as a part of your interior. So that's how the whole process started. We designed all the 12 bands of Indian stones started from granite, basic granite, limestone, marble with like some sandstone. And every layer we were thinking to design in such a way that it should have some kind of usability. So, some layer partition, some layer could be table, some layer could be sitting. That's how it would be there design. So, this is that view. Like first time we showed it to him, and he was thinking, "Where is my cabin?" So just doing that. Buying a month's cabin. That's how we place like all the stones respect to the function where it should be, and like black to black in color. We were thinking about color palette also. So the challenge was like do everything, like right from door, doors, chairs, lamps, windows, everything in stone. And that's how we are going with the detailing, like how that thing should happen. And fortunately, we got really good stone vessel. His name is Patil, and he did wonder actually. So whatever I used to tell him, he used to like go with that detail and did a fantastic job. That's how the curve things happen. So this is all detailed drawings, like how we have developed like even small details. Ceiling, like because he has a great requirement about the samples, like, because they used to provide sample of every architect's office. So we give an idea like we should hang all these sample on the ceiling, and that becomes his policy. But that idea was really crazy for him, so he was thinking over it still. Window details, like how we develop the windows, doors, like these are the windows like in marble, Baswada marble, which is little translucent, so you get the light out of it. Doors in masal, this is the masal structure. Seating areas, like balcony what we got, so either like even basin and everything in that stone water, because we wanted to show him like we do really economical work. So that is the main idea. So we were using all this material, and eventually we showed him it's the cheapest interior we have done. This is the thing, like honor, me, and Thomas. This interior is done by only 4 people. And painter maybe, I think he was invisible that time. This is one more very important project in the house we, for us, because this is the biggest house we got that time, and the client was a landlord from Talegaon. He had a big aspiration, like to show a big house to his family members and relatives and social relation. So this was a very good opportunity for us. We were like giving him a lot of options uh, about the design. And that time, like when I was working with Sir, like I worked with the house, like Vikesha House. And, Vikesha House is like that house was revolving around the port, and it was when I saw that when we were like like thinking over it, that was a very fascinating idea. It was in my mind, and there was another interesting person, it's no more now, Mr. Indulkar, and he used to take us for historical trips. I'm not aware about his knowledge or his approach towards the history, but he was a dreamer actually. He used to think very beautifully over every structures. And, the concept of step well, he was discussing like temple in a reverse form, and that clicks me like it's a wonderful idea. So I thought if we can think Acacia house in a reverse form, so it will be like underground house. And in client's brief, the main important aspect was the security because they were landlord and like, and the house was in the outskirts of the layout. Security was a main aspect. And as a child, like I was thinking, if I can break that motion, because like, security is a motion, secure. So if we can break that motion of security and put like certain things, it will not look like that. Then whoever will come there, and if he thinks it's a well, it's not a house, then people will not enter. So that was my childish idea at that point of time. So I explained him. We made a model, we did everything, and I explained him like this is how we want to design that building, and that whole concept was like too wild for him. He said, no, no, I want normal house, which shouldn't be like this. So then we were talking with him like with his background and how he was. Like, so they were having their ancestral house. Like, they were with their joint family, Vada. They, they were like they used to cherish their childhood memories about the Vada and all. So that was a time like we were thinking about why not we can make a house which can be like inspired from the Gadi, like small fortress, like the aspect of uh, security and like come with that. And even we can also think a lot of things about that. So that was the first thing. And then we started our drawings and all design problems on that. So, like small, this house is also constructed like a load bearing with concrete block. So the proportion of the house is also like came with the concrete block. That's how we develop the model because he wanted a bigger house. So we in my house it was like 2.4 by 2.4, like 200 1 meter, 200 1 meter, 200. So here we place around 5 grids of 1 meter. And we give them a big module like that is what and if we place those module or habitable spaces in service areas, so we could define those habitable spaces accordingly, like some living rooms, some dining rooms, some bedroom, kitchen, and like by placing them with a various level, because there were two brothers, both the wife of the brothers wanted to build a house, and they are in different house because that was their first criteria. The plot was around 20,000 square feet. By placing these four like different habitable spaces along each other with central courtyard, which is like connection of which is like a vertical connected space, and by just creating labels with respect to the uh, the connection amongst the spaces, and then we got a proper form, and by making a scheme or like overlapping a scheme overlay over it, uh, like a gadi or like a fortress could be the house like that. That was like and then you can place like on site. So this is how the form got developed eventually. So that is that 20,000 square foot plot. We placed that house in one plot. We kept it open, like if they want to build one more house in future for his brother, they can build that. Till that time, they can do all this kitchen farm, kitchen gardening and all in that place. And all the placement is as per Vastu, like that. That was the requirement. And they wanted small some structure, like trees, like the art gallery. So and fourth is a parking, I think. So this is how site plan is. And the next thing came about like about creative part of the facade, like how one would create facade. If I'm talking about it's inspired from Gadi and how it should be in modern contemporary day. So we were thinking like if we can characterize the nature of the material what we are using, which is of course like visual, like how we think over our design, every design. So stone was very much available there because its whole land is like the boulders. So stone was available from there, and the bricks. So by uh, creating relations among them, you can create beautiful facade. It could be really image of that place. So that was the basic idea. So all like the strong the strong character of the stone. So that's how the lower part of the stone wall happened, and the lightness of the brick is also developed with respect to all this consideration because they wanted some opening because we started building that house and he was not knowing actually how it's going to happen. We showed we showed him like the primary elevation of SketchUp or the 3D view, but it was not like that. And then we were developing with him. Like, we will build the house in stone, and he was thinking like all his house will build in stone, and then we built all stone part. And then he realized that's the only one entry or exit is same, like it's only one. He was thinking if he can get more opening, so it will be better like for them. And that time, how to develop that opening it was like another challenge for us. So by using this geometry, then wherever they want, they can open the brick wall and they can create an opening. That was the idea actually by developing that brick wall. So that is how whole facade got designed. Like all the inspiration from the Vadas, like this is all the drawings. So the use of the stone is like every layer is different. Like the kind of thickness of the stone we got. So we design the that layer, and that layer is in a multiplication of 1.2 meter. So the joint eventually was coming on a 1.2 meter, so that we can control the opening from inside and outside both. So that was the idea, like to control that in a vertical form. These are all small features like we have designed. Like some of the light fittings we have designed there, like even the staircase in stone, like seatings in stone, tools will be down in stone. So this is a plan. Like 16.8 by 16.8 is the outer dimension of that. So it's basically in plus form. So every corner of the plus is a habitable space, and the place in between that plus is an open space, and this open space is in association with the habitable space. If it's a kitchen and dining, then that semi-open space is a part of that kitchen and dining. If it's a living and dining, then semi-open space is a part of that living and dining. It's a bedroom, so that's how the open space got designed, and like we are calling it as a spillover spaces because whenever we require like to make use it in bigger form, so we can use in that manner. That's an entry from 11, and then that's how you enter in one. So you climb about 4 feet to the living room. So that's one is the entry port with small veranda on top. Two is the living room. There is one more portal on the other side. That is between bedroom and the central courtyard. If you climb like 4 feet, so every house is like section is in 1.4.6 meter, and that's how we achieve the height. Like if you're climbing like 4 feet, like 1.2 meter from the ground living room, if you're going down by 4 feet, there is a bedroom on left on 8th side. And if you're climbing 1.2 meter from the living room, you're coming at 2.4 meter. And if you're climbing zero point 0.6, then again you are going with 3 meters. So that's how the height got arranged and whole plan got fit. So it's in proper grade, a proper load bearing house. So everything is load bearing. It's nothing like frame structure. This is upper level balance. This is terrace. Next. This is a section from entrance. Like that's how you enter. There's a dining room. There is a above small balcony. There is a family room above, and you can go through the living room. That's a kitchen portal. So this is the construction images during construction. That's how it all happened like stages. So what kind of technology you use? It's like cement also because we wanted some elements more lighter like staircase or overhead tiles, concrete block, brick, stone. So these 4 5 materials actually used in all building. Uh, Type floor like cement floor and lime plaster over the wall and thick wood. So that's the material palette we use in this house. This is the entry, how you enter in the house. These are the 4 function of the 4 courtyards, like how like the owner is using uh, the extension of as per the extension of habitable space. So this is the front courtyard. This is the bedroom courtyard. This is southwest side. So and like by seeing the inspiration from traditional gadi, like how the ventilation is happening, how the light is coming, where you want to less like minimum light. So we were trying to analyze it as per the modern terms. We were trying to fit this up here in our house. So whole house is like passive cooled house, not a AC is used in single AC is used in the house. It is all naturally cooled house. So there is a wind tower on top. If they want, they can use cooler in summer. But generally now in summer, you can see about 6 to 7 degrees Celsius difference when you're inside from the outside. This is the animation like how we were developing that staircase. When like the staircase design is not like finalized still from us moment. And when we're looking that space from downside, we used to see the sky from that. So we thought if the sky can come down to the house, it would be really nice. And that's the kind of idea we want to develop. Yes. This is the passive system we try to use in this house to create a comfortable environment inside the house naturally. And this is how the wind, like we're thinking, this is how the wind should flow throughout the house. This is one more house. We have Bagarwadi Baramati. Gaurav is associated with that house. Like he was associate architect for that house. His client, like Paresh, he's a very good friend of us. And from city life, he wanted to shift in village life because he was doing some social work. And uh, during one, I think, foreign visit, he decided uh, to shift in village. And he found one plot to build his house, and he called to us like uh, I found a plot and we can build my house here. So when we went there, we found like it wasn't very normal plotted layout place. And then we ask him like, if you want, if you really want to come out from a city life and be here in village, so why you are looking like this kind of atmosphere? You can like be more free in terms of a kind of life you want to make actually. So in there was small hillock nearby, so we told him like, if you can find some place there, it would be really nice. Like you can build a good house there. And in 4 5 days he come back and he was very happy and he told like, at the same price where I was buying 3,000 square feet plot, in the same price I'm getting 10,000 square feet plot. So it's a very good, like you can do our house there. And so we got a bigger area with this house, and it was in little slope. And because he came to village, his friends also wanted to buy uh, the, the place around him, and that's how they also uh, bought a land about 2 acres around him. And suddenly the landlord realized like this outside land is in demand now. So he started breaking all the hills there, and that's how we found a lot of stone actually there. And then we realized, and then we thought, let's build the house in stone, and that's how the stone, how the material got set. So his brief, we got like he wanted a kind of pavilion, like a padvi, आपण ज्याला म्हणतो. आणि every buddy can come and he can be a part of that house. They can have a usual gathering. They can do. They can do their story sessions and all those things. So that's how the brief we got. So the bottom side is plot, and there was a dry stream on the side. It was not actually because that's a rain shady area, so the stream was not active, but it was dry. Some part of time it might be a active stream. So we thought let's build a house around that because that time we just visited the Jogeshwari caves in Ellora and we thought it's a very good inspiration which we can build a house according to that because that entire cave was like was there with the same kind what Paresh was explaining us like kind of house he was looking for. So 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 all this volume place along that street, like, and then that is like a connection of the entire house. and then he can store the water, rainwater in front of his house, and that becomes the active phone. And then all they can sit and do their activities over the steps or over the phone. It's function wise, like he wanted swimming pool and other stuff, so gym and all. And like we discussed, it's not appropriate there because it's a very low cost housing scheme. So let's have a small library and multifunctional space. It would be better. And because it's the only one sanction scheme in that area, because all were like illegally built scheme. So they were having legal, very big, like 10,000 square feet open plot, and we wanted to retain that openness for that scheme because whoever like the kids will come to stay there, they should have at least some space to play. Next. Like, already bought one table, those table, ABC, they are this. Not built in the center of the space because put it on one side. It is some like whatever place. I was very much saying that space. Some people build or feel that build on. So so people always say that because necessarily what they have designed, what they need. It was with contrast. That's what we wanted. Down. So when you go outside, you can't see the building so prominent. And so go inside. You person that building. So that these are the difference we have done. Just proper consideration. Okay? Because this is related to the right to sleep. What they don't practice like because economical and like this type of that is having opening also we can take of exchange. So to sustain that opening, we need to go with some kind of geometrical understanding. So that is how whole strength we can get when we are opening like we are creating some openings to that door. This is how that concept happened. Like this is the relation of one. Uh, over this in plan and in section. So that we are the structural artists. Yeah. Next. So that they open up create some like with some kind of loan, like, that it was speed. World small area. You have to use for it. The required is how much time I have? How much time I have? किती वेळ आहे आता मग? We can skip that. असं हो हाँ ओके ठीक है क्विकली he wanted to multi-story building. That was like program wise we gave them otherwise story building. But then when we went on site, this we realized like by giving building story because all the buildings like surrounding they all are like well sold. So, this is the last project. This is the first project. Speakers. This is the first big project we got as a result. Total is around 14. We got design for the song. So, was I think we spent around 6 years design and build that space. So there was like after 3 years, I think so much fun because my birthday is on the first December. So we on first January, so we spent 31st December compulsory week. So 6 years we spent 31st December. all like how we tackle disputes, how to place the work. This package is what was very complicated. So we did we had some so the top water we calculated water consumption. The seat was like very big, so because we were taking that ball, like, so let's use that. So design made for balls, which is not for the like what like so my basic idea would be spaces, which was capacity to think that. What do you scale this? We started designing the silver what was that's one wanted to add that's all. Call it as call it car yes. That's design and this is all this is already stuff that you can call with that ball. And we just do what it is one four. That's a sheet. Because it was So they're just placing a module the house outside inside actually balance. That was the idea. And by placing a grid on the other side, simple design bottle is all the fun with it. We did a lot of fun in that. The whole battery is the fireplace wanted to get a relief of all the subjects. So that's why we are calling this is the idea of every project is confirmed with existing country. So like there are differences in every project. This is space we have designed. Because, design the entire scheme. I find it difficult to maintain the house is not some solution. You can make system is better. So we put up this resort because you just that's it's okay. Then we added two more suites to the one was one of these. So every project is a different aspect. Area or section of the line. That's but we see and one layer is it's people see. What is one private and the private space. So they are indoors. So we have a lot of memories and a lot of stories that we had inside of this something project. We don't have time to create that. So today like outside the world, still build all that is already towards changing like bigger terrace. So this is a very experimentation for doing site. Site architect, say, site architect, like the because there is no proper contract. First one started There is one very small film on our upcoming project. We might just go through that. Like one was Patil, Prasanna, something we are doing this. And song is like a message from my guru, like what I have understood up till now. So I think please enjoy.